I mean, I was half joking.
I don't know. I suppose we could ask it. Well, I've got a conflict this morning. Some of our yeah. I think they'll be long, but
It was either him or her. So.
So maybe go beyond that. Well, I'm not saying that. I don't understand you all disagree. Yeah, I agree. Particularly if the word is consider. Yeah, and I don't see anything worse. We're not proposing to read the crime. It's just you are not putting on the people.
no, no. One thing I don't like about this setup is you can stick it to the wall. I can never do it.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Every fail.
That one? Because of the background. I'd say so. Yeah, probably is. It was November before the window. Yeah. I noticed the camera back there. And when we were here.
Morning, lady.
Good to see you. Oh, we got our kosher Christmas.
Fine, how was yours?
I'll tell you.
What's that?
I've been testing now. Thank you. So did you see this? Right there.
Morning.
Send that to him, not to you. I brought my own.
And
I brought my own.
Right next to yours.
more than doubling in the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, I brought my own.
Hello, test.
Card.
This is a continuation of the previous meeting of 309 Collegiate Circle. I guess I welcome everybody back. Everybody warm? You can't hear? So I'm going to get as close as I can. Welcome everybody back. Hope you're warm. Hope everybody has a wonderful new year. I hope we all do. So what I'd like to do as our normal custom is I'd like to ask Bill to give us an opening invocation and we'll get him a mic.
Let's pray together, shall we? Father, we thank you for the Christmas season through which we have just come, for the time with family and friends. But help us to remember, Lord, that Christmas is a matter of 365 days a year, 24/7. Pray that you'd help us to be giving and loving all the time, not just several days. This morning, as we come back to this time of work, I pray that you will give us grace and strength and wisdom. And remind us, Father, the little baby in Bethlehem was also the Savior of the world. In his name we pray. Amen.
Okay. Guess we're going to continue. We're going to continue now with the opposition. Is that-
I think we were on the cross of Dr. K, who is appearing remotely.
Welcome, Dr. Case.
Good morning.
Council Pride. Thank you, members of the board and Dr. Kays and the council.
We had the microphone.
Can it be turned up a little bit? Yeah, if it could be turned up a little, is that possible? You can't turn it up. Oh, good. The fan help.
Is this better?
That's better.
If it,
Because you get to go back. you held it in your hand.
I'll try, I may need both hands to manage my documents here, but it's, but if for some reason you all can't hear me, please let me know. I'll try and remember speaking to the microphone. But most importantly, Dr. Kays, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Thank you for joining us remotely. And my name is Bob Oast. Along with TC Morphus, here we represent the applicant, the Mountain Retreat Association, in this matter. And when we concluded back last year, it was we had wrapped up your direct testimony, and it's up to me to ask you some questions on cross-examination. And I'll try not to repeat anything that was said last time, but I may ask you to go over a couple of things that you covered last time. First of all, you're a landscape architect and a soil scientist,
Yes,
but you're not an engineer, planner, lawyer, or appraiser. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Now, in connection with your work on this project, did you visit the site of the proposed lodge expansion or the adjoining properties?
I didn't go on the property. I viewed it from the roadway
Okay, so you drove by it.
and stopped and looked. Yes.
How many occasions did you do that?
I believe twice.
Okay, and did you undertake any independent investigation of soil conditions or groundwater?
In situ on the site?
Yes.
No.
So you essentially relied on information reports that were prepared by others and putting together your information?
Yes, and my interpretation of the other information and my knowledge generally of working for many years in the mountain region.
Did you say working for many years in the mountain region?
Yes.
Well, can you see the documents on display here in the chamber?
I can see a yellow, appears to be yellow with blue writing on it, but I can't read any of it.
Excuse me, Counselor, what document are we looking at from which binder?
This is Dr. Kays.
Dr.
report.
Kays.
It's in.
Got it.
It's in defendant's binder. Dr. Kays, can you see that?
Member James, I believe it's tab 3, exhibit H12.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay, and can you read it?
I can get my original copy and probably read it. That is page, what is the page number?
It's page 2 of the report that you prepared.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, and so you can read that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This remote technology is great, but figuring out all the details of it is sometimes tricky. So in your summary of opinion there in the highlighted language, you refer in several places to this system that's being used as a StormTech MC 4500 underground detention system. In fact, it appears, what, 4 times on that one page?
Yes,
And the same reference appears in several other places in the report. Isn't that correct?
say again.
A reference to the same system, the StormTech MC 4500 underground detention system appears in several other places in your report. I just got.
That's correct. Correct.
Okay. And so, but in your analysis of this system and the specifications for its installation, you refer to it as an infiltration system, correct?
Yes,
And you attach the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality Best Management Practices for Infiltration Systems. That's Exhibit D in your report. Isn't that right?
that's correct.
And that's and the first page of Exhibit D is what's shown on the screen right now, correct?
That's correct.
And would, if you don't mind, under design objective, would you read the first couple of lines of that?
An infiltration system captures stormwater runoff and allows it to infiltrate into the soil. This SCM, along with permeable pavement, is typically the workhorse of a runoff volume match site because it helps the site to mimic pre-development hydrology, therefore helps to protect the structure of the receiving stream.
That's far enough. Thank you. And an SCM, which is referred to in that paragraph, that's a stormwater control measure.
That's correct.
So is your analysis in this report, is that based on the system that's being used? Is that based on the system being an infiltration system?
In part of the report, I am look at it and examine being an infiltration system. And then I also evaluated being a system that has the water go in, the stormwater go into a trench, and it being not a quote infiltration system, but rather a discharge to groundwater. So I analyzed for both of the options.
So, but is there a difference between an infiltration system and a detention and treatment system?
Yeah, any infiltration system has a function that is the detention of the stormwater. That's correct.
So is it accurate to say that an infiltration system discharges stormwater onto the ground and it filters through the soil, while a detention and treatment system discharges into existing public stormwater systems or swales?
That's not always the correct interpretation. An infiltration system has certain requirements under the state laws that it has to meet. And I detail those in the report. If you're not, if you do not maintain separation from seasonal high water table, then of at least 2 feet, then it cannot by definition be an infiltration system, and it would have to be a groundwater recharge system.
But what about the this system is called an underground detention system. Could you describe that a little bit in comparison to an infiltration system?
Well, an infiltration system can have a trench system or a trench approach to putting the water into the soil below the surface of the ground.
So, and so how is a detention system different?
Well, the detention mainly refers to detaining the stormwater, and you detain it for a period while it is infiltrating into the soil.
But isn't it true that a detention system is different from an infiltration system?
Yeah, you could have a detention system, just a pond, and you could do it that way.
So would in the North Carolina regulations governing stormwater systems, would different regulations apply to detention systems versus infiltration systems?
Any type of system, when you're using the MC 4500 chambers, any type of system using those chambers by definition has detention going on as well as other functions. Did that answer your question?
Well, yes and no. You confirm my understanding that a detention system stores stormwater on site and then slowly releases it. But I'm looking at Exhibit D, where the language you read that says that an infiltration system captures stormwater runoff and allows it to infiltrate into the soil.
Yes.
Okay, and so I'm just trying to understand the difference between an infiltration system and a detention system, because in your report, you refer to both.
Yes. The infiltration system as proposed by the applicant has several functions. One of the functions is to detain the stormwater and provide treatment to the stormwater. So it's also a treatment system. And third, the treated water then is allowed to infiltrate through the bottom and sides of the trench into the soil.
So would you take a look at the grading and stormwater plan, which I believe is the next page in the.
Could you speak up a little bit?
I'm sorry. Would you take a look, please, at the stormwater and grading plan, which is the next page on the presentation here? And,
Yes.
and that's the grading and stormwater plan that's in the application. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can we reference what page that is? I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but I want to follow. I can't see very well here.
It is, it's page, it's Exhibit C, page, it's applicant's Exhibit C, page 5.
Member James, I passed out a big copy of this last time. No, it was the big engineered drawing. I don't know if the board still has those handy. It's sheet C 5.0. That looks like it. Yes, ma'am. A little bit easier to read when it's. Sure.
So Dr. K is referring to the screen. Is that the grading and stormwater plan that was attached to the application?
Yes,
And can we go to the next slide, please? And the next page, and board members, this is not in any, this is a blow up of the page that's just been handed. Dr. K, do you see the highlighted language there?
yes, I do.
And could you read that, please?
Proposed stormwater control measure E, ADS Storm Tech MC 4500, underground detention with water quality treatment, isolator row, 22 chambers in 2 rows, 4,285 cubic feet of total storage.
Thank you. Now, you refer in your summary to the, and in your report in several places to the Storm Tech MC 4500 underground detention system, but there's no reference in your report to isolator roads. What's the significance of the isolator row there?
The row that is on the upper end, the first or the upper row of chambers, that is being used with some filter fabric over the stone at the bottom to collect suspended solids. So any trash or debris, any type of soil material that can be captured on that filter fabric. That's its function, and is in addition to the other functions that the entire system is doing. So the upper row has a additional treatment mechanism built into it.
And is this the same thing as an infiltration system?
Well, that specific system, if we go back to what you were showing me, C1 infiltration system, they actually show the Storm Tech as an example in the North Carolina Stormwater Manual. It's an approved system that can be used.
So you said it's an approved system that can be used. That suggests that it's that it's somehow different from a pure infiltration system. Is that accurate?
No, in fact, it is an infiltration system because it's listed in the Stormwater Manual under Chapter C, C1.
So C1, that's referring to Exhibit D in your attached to your report.
Exhibit D, yes.
Exhibit D is a description of an infiltration system, right?
Let's make sure. Can you show me Exhibit D?
That's it.
Yeah, yes, infiltration chapter is on Exhibit D.
So let's, I'm gonna, we'll move on from that a little bit. we'll talk some about water quality and soils. On pages 2 and 3 of your report, can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
And this is under water quality. This is about water quality and soils. That's page 3, if we could scroll up to that.
Yes.
So this section of your report focuses on water quality and soils. But why the focus on these two characteristics?
Well, the stormwater system that's proposed is one going to treat the groundwater and hopefully treat it to an acceptable level that it can be flow into Flat Creek without any deleterious problems. Secondly, the way that it is infiltrating into the soils on the site, and therefore the soils are important because of the requirements in the North Carolina Administrative Code and in the manual as to what is an acceptable soil that can be used for an infiltration system.
So you're the soil scientist and I'm not, but is it fair to say that there are some soils that are better for use with infiltration systems than others, and perhaps some soils that really shouldn't be used at all?
Yeah, that's true. There are some that should not be used, would not meet the standards. There are other situations where the standards would require one to design the system differently because of certain limitations of the site.
Well, turning for a moment to water classification, your report down there at the bottom of page 2, back up to page 2, please. Down there at the bottom of page 2 refers to other reports, one prepared by Mary Roderick of Land and Sky Regional Council of Governments, and another prepared by Tim Orman of Blue Earth for the town of Montreat. Now, are those reports generally available? Where did you get them?
That is one report. Those are two different authors of it. And that is a report that was completed by Land and Sky Regional Council and was submitted to the town board. I believe it was last spring.
But for those reports or any excerpt from them attached to or included in your report?
No, I just referred to it. The town has a copy of that report.
Well, aren't stream classifications in North Carolina assigned by the state of North Carolina?
Stream classification, yes.
And doesn't the state look at its own specific criteria to make those determinations?
For the particular classifications being considered, they classify it based on the use of the waters. For instance, a little further upstream on Flat Creek, they're classified as outstanding resource waters and are protected because of it being a drinking water supply for the town. Further down in the creek, and for instance, opposite across the road from this proposed project, it's Class C because they're not using it for drinking water supply. And of the uses in the area, the most general one would be Class C. So Class C does not imply the quality of the water. it implies the use of the water.
So in your report, and I believe it's up there at the top of page 3. Your report says that the Flat Creek upstream of Big Piney Branch actually has a better water quality than Class C. Is that what you, and not in other words, is that what you just said?
Yes, in the report that from Land of Sky, it refers to having a excellent water quality in the area that's classified as C.
So, is it your contention then, or is it your position that that the state has inaccurately classified the waters of Flat Creek in the vicinity of the proposed lodge expansion?
No,
Then why point this out? Why point out that Flat Creek has a substantially better water quality than Class C?
because they also point out in the report that the major threat to contamination of Flat Creek, especially in the area of class where it's recognized as Class C stream, that the major impact and degradation of that water would be by discharge of stormwater into the stream.
And so how should that disagreement about classification, for lack of a better term, affect how a project is designed?
Well, there's no disagreement on the classification. The classification is based on the use, but the rules for high density developments require the water to be treated to an acceptable level where at least 85% of the suspended solids in stormwater are removed by the treatment system.
And with that, and is that different for a Class C system than for a? I'm just trying to understand what's the significance of your assertion that the water quality upstream of this area is actually a better quality than Class C.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. This has been asked and answered several times now. I think the witness has explained his answer. I think we should move on. Thank you.
Sustain that. However, if you would just move forward.
I'll move on. Thank you. Yeah. So what is the standard practice for engineers or other professionals when they're seeking to determine the classification of surface water for the purpose of designing stormwater systems? What sources do they check?
Well, there are certain strict, for instance, ORW portion of the stream, you should not be allowed to discharge into that section for using a high density development. It would require only low density developments. Class C, you can certainly construct and discharge water into the Class C stream, but you're going to have a standard that's going to be applied to the project of 85% removal, and the owners of the development have to quarterly check that amount of removal of solids, and they have to within, I think, 48 hours after every storm event, they of at least 1 inch, they have to evaluate the drawdown in the trench In other words, how much is left the trench? Whether it's not backing up or whether it's being fully infiltrated, because it has to fully infiltrate within 72 hours
And,
of the storm.
and this responsibility to check the system is that associated with an outstanding resource water or class C?
Well, we're talking about a class C, is the adjacent Flat Creek for this project. And those standards would be, and the responsibility for checking that would be the applicant's responsibility if the project is constructed. Therefore, from the standpoint of a high density development like this, the state requires checking, and probably also the town would periodically inspect too.
So could we move on to the next page, please? I'm sorry, page after that. That's, Dr. Case, can you see that? Or can you read it? It's a little small, might need to zoom in a little bit.
Yes,
Are
I
you-
can see that.
And this is a copy of the first page of a provision of the North Carolina Administrative Code. Are you familiar with this?
Yes,
And this is it accurate to say that this is the provision of the North Carolina Code where stream classifications may be found?
yes.
It's 15 NCAC 02B.0301. We'll have it just a minute. I've got it right here.
15A. 15A.
John, got it.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I've handed out the,
That's something that's different.
yes, please. I won't confuse the board. Sorry about that, board members. And I'm afraid that for the time being, we'll have to rely on what's shown up there on the screen. But this is an excerpt from the North Carolina Administrative Code, and this is not the whole regulation, because that would be many pages long. But this is I just wanted to get Dr. Kays to indicate his familiarity with this. Dr. Kays, are you familiar with this provision of the North Carolina Administrative Code?
Yes.
And just paging over to the next page, please. Scroll down a little bit. What does this tell you about the classification of Flat Creek?
It shows that the upper portion of Flat Creek is classified as C and high quality waters. And the lower portion of Flat Creek is classified as C.
And is the upper portion, which would be the first highlighted portion there, from source to Big Piney Branch, is that upstream of the project site?
Yes.
And in the area of the project site, the second highlighted line where it says from Big Piney Branch to the Swanno River, that's the portion of Flat Creek that runs in front of the project site, correct?
That's correct.
And so is this where an engineer or other design professional will look to determine the classification of waters if they're designing a stormwater system?
Yes.
Um, let's move on a little bit to your soils data. And you've already explained why it's important to know the soil type that's in the vicinity of your project. But your report says, I might have to back up a little bit to find this, on pages 3 and 4. That's where you cover the soil series. Can we back up a little bit on this? On display. Back up, pages 3 and 4 of the soils data. Your report says that there are 2 soil series on the site. I'm not sure about my pronunciation of this. Is it Tusquity and Tocane? Have I said that right?
That's close enough.
What data did you use and what sources did you consult to make this determination?
To make which determination?
To make the determination that the 2 soil series on the site were Tusquity and Tocane. What source did you consult to make that determination?
The current version of the soils map of the Natural Resource and Conservation Service of the USDA, and that's a map that's is published for Buncombe County.
And your report, with regard to the Tusquity soil type, your report says that the depth to cobbles, and this is from page 3 going on to page 4. Your report says the depth to cobbles, stone, boulder, or rock is 61 inches for Tusquity and 64 inches for Tocane, and also that the seasonally high water table is 49 inches for Tusquity and 64 inches for Tocane. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you please differentiate in water table and water level?
When a geotechnical engineer goes out and drills for, say, the foundation of the building, which was done, they drill down, and once they stop, they'll measure the water level in the hole at that point in time. We refer to that as the apparent water table. In other words, that's at that particular time, and it may fluctuate throughout the year. The seasonally high water table that's required to be determined is something that's in the state code and also in the design manual. And that is referred to as the seasonally high water table. Typically, that's going to be towards the end of the winter period and early spring. But it varies depending on a number of factors. So the state requires that the seasonally high water table depth be determined. and that there be a soils investigation to determine the seasonally high water table, because the state has a requirement that the lowest point of the infiltration system shall be a minimum of 2 feet above the seasonally high water table.
That answer your question? You don't need my permission to do that, but
May I?
Yes.
It was noted the other day on Tuesday, the last time we met, that there's a shallow seasoned water table. Was this referenced to the water table in Montreat? That was on Wednesday, the 12th.
I believe you're referring to the water table and seepage that was occurring on site, where the Corps determined that water on the surface and below the surface in that portion of the site constituted a waters of the United States, which would be where the seasonally high water table is at the surface of the ground.
thank you. And Board Member Hewitt's questions it's actually sort of lead into my next questions. So Exhibit E to your report are the official series descriptions of both the Tusquity and Cocaine series of soils. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it fair to say that these official series descriptions describe the general characteristics of these soil types and they're not specific to any particular location?
That would be reasonable.
And so it's these series descriptions are not based on evidence in the field, like not based on evidence in the field like soil borings or some other soil sampling technique.
That's correct. The applicant would be required at some stage to actually do borings, typically hand auger borings of the soil in the area of the proposed system, and to determine the depth of rock and determine the depth of seasonally high water table. And
So-
the depth of seasonally high water table is determined by soil scientists that use a procedure that is based upon redoxamorphic features in the soil.
So you've also sort of anticipated my next question, which is that if a more detailed report indicated that a different soil type with different characteristics was present on the site, how would that affect your analysis?
Well, it may be a little better than my analysis, or it might be substantially worse than my analysis. Because of that, I also reviewed the geotechnical report for the site and provided some comparison between that certain information in the geotechnical report and the soil survey. And there obviously is some differences, and both require interpretation. And based on my experience, I think the conclusions that I put in the report are well-founded.
Are you familiar with something called a custom soil resource report?
Well, it's a site-specific soil survey.
And so it's specific to a particular site. Did you have one performed for this site?
I did not go on the site, and therefore I didn't trespass, and therefore I couldn't have conducted such an analysis.
But explain a little bit about what a custom soil resource report is. I mean, do you have to go on the site in order to get one?
Well, under the regulations that you have been referring to, for instance, at 15A NCAC 02H.1051, the MDC, or the for infiltration systems, requires and spells out a soils investigation, and being a site-specific soil investigation shall be performed to establish the hydraulic properties and characteristics of the soil within the proposed footprint and at the proposed elevation of the infiltration system.
So, go ahead.
So the applicant would be required to follow the procedures in the state stormwater code.
And in general, obtaining one of these custom soil resource reports, or doing soil borings would provide you with more reliable information about the soil type and water table and all that kind of thing. Is that accurate?
Well, the one you're referring to is typically done for farmers or for rangeland or for forest covers. The one the state code requires for infiltration system specifically directs you to the several critical elements that you would have to determine in order to design a system.
But if you've referred to the geotech report that was prepared in connection with this project, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you're aware that included soil borings from the site, correct?
for the foundation of the building, yes.
But would the information in that report be reliable evidence of the depth of the water table?
No, because they didn't use an acceptable procedure for determining a seasonally high water table. There is certain information in their report that would lead you to believe, or lead me to believe, that the seasonally high water table is substantially higher and closer to the surface.
So in your report on page 6, scroll down to that, that's past the soil series report. Let me, Doctor, it's not necessary to, because do you remember testifying earlier that that the lower edge of the chambers of the stormwater retention system will be at approximately 2,632 feet?
Yes,
Where did you get that information?
that is based upon the grading plan for the site. There's one of them, one of the various plans that was in the packet that was part of the application, shows the grade lines where the front of the site is being reduced in elevation. And it appears that the lower portion of the trench system, the storm tech system, would be at an elevation of about 2632.
And Bob, before you ask your next question, board members, do we need to take a break? Mr. Selesky, I believe, went to the restroom. It's at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We're going to take a short break. Let's, if we could, keep it down to 7 minutes.
And I've got about maybe 10 more minutes with Dr. King, but that's, I'm happy to wait.
Is your recommendation because he's gone?
Yes, yeah, because he's already gone, so we might as well not proceed with any further testimony until he returns.
Okay, thank you.
business or government listing, please press 1 or stay on the line. For a residence listing, please press 2. What city and state?
Garner, North Carolina.
See the name or the type of business.
Tower Heating and Air.
Hold on. I'm looking up your request. I have 2 listings for that.
Ready?
Yeah, continue, please.
Thank you. Dr. Case, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
I just have a few more questions. On page 5 of your report, on page 5 of your report, which is up on the screen here, this might help. For the third time, your report says on page 5 that the town of Montreat appears to not allow for treatment appears to not allow for a split approach to treating water for the project site. And that's not an exact quote, but do you see that language that's highlighted there on the screen?
Yes.
Can you can you tell us where this limitation is in the Montreat code?
It is not a limitation in the Montreat code, but the Montreat code does not allow or does not mention that that would be an acceptable approach to have a split, have one side of the site being treated differently from the other side. When you look at the requirement to meet the state stormwater manual, the state stormwater manual requires that stormwater from the entire site must be run through the stormwater treatment system.
So your calculations and your analysis regarding the adequacy and capacity of the system that is proposed for installation here, is that based on the treatment system having to serve the whole site?
That's part of it. And then the other part of it is that the intensity of storm, a 1-inch storm event produces more runoff than the way the applicant was calculating it.
Let me flip up to the next page, please. Dr. Caves, are you familiar? This is what's on display here is a provision of the North Carolina Administrative Code 15A NCAC 02H.1003. Are you familiar with that section?
I certainly am.
And would you agree that the project under consideration here is a high density project?
I do.
And would in the and does this section this highlighted, does that refer to high density projects?
Yes.
And would you review the highlighted language just below that, subparagraph D?
Expansion or replacement of existing development. When new built upon area is added to an existing development or existing development is replaced with new built upon area, only the area of net increase shall be subject to this section.
Doesn't that, and this is a state regulation, right?
Well, if you go back to the earlier page, you'll see under 1A, the project density shall be calculated as the total built upon area divided by the total project area. So whether it's existing or not, the total area, more specifically, if you go to the manual, it it requires you to calculate the runoff from the entire site. Also, the Moncrief Code requires you to treat the stormwater, and you're only treating a little over half the site, because on the left side, you don't have any treatment being proposed. You only have a little bit of detention being proposed.
So you've identified what appears to be a conflict in the provisions of the code. How do you reconcile that?
I don't believe it's a conflict. And certainly under the manual that's pursuant to the code is very clear that you're going to have to treat runoff from a 1-inch storm for the entire project site.
Dr. Case, one final question. In the end, if a system cannot be installed as specified in applicable regulations and ordinances such as the town of Montreat and the North Carolina Administrative Code, can the system be approved?
No,
I'm sorry, did you say no?
that's correct.
I'm sorry, one more question. In the town of Montreat, who reviews and approves stormwater management applications? You know?
The person in the inspections and department that is assigned that responsibility.
But do you know whether Buncombe County approves these applications?
Buncombe County is the required as delegation of authority from the state, and Buncombe County would be the ones that would issue in conjunction with the state and the federal government the stormwater permit. The town can have requirements that may be more stringent in some cases, other cases less stringent, but the town is going to review the things where they believe they're more stringent, and then Buncombe County would decide the actual issuance of that stormwater permit.
And you may have answered the question, I just didn't hear it. So do you know if the town of Montreat has an arrangement with Buncombe County for review of stormwater permit applications?
Yes.
And do you know what that arrangement provides for?
Not specifically on all the requirements, but basically that the Buncombe County will implement the state stormwater requirements in their review of the plans.
So is it a fair statement to say that Buncombe County reviews stormwater applications for the town of Montreat?
Well, also the town reviews them, but the actual stormwater permit is one that Buncombe County would issue.
Members of the board, those are all my questions. Thank you, Dr. Kays. And I appreciate you agreeing to testify remotely, and technology makes that possible, but also exposes a lack of familiarity with it. And I'm sorry if that impeded the progress here, but thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Case.
Could you remove the document that's up here on the screen?
Yeah, we'll actually see if we can just get rid of that altogether, possibly.
And I can see people.
Dr. Kays, this is Jamie Whitlock. Can you see me here this morning and hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Okay. The back of my head anyway, perhaps, correct?
That's right.
Great. That's not my best side, but I don't think I have one, Dr. Kays. So I guess you'll just have to deal with it.
It's about as good as the front of my head, right?
Exactly. Dr. Kays, I just have a few quick follow-up questions based on the questions that Mr. Ost asked you this morning. Try to keep moving things along here in the interest of the board's time. Mr. Ost started off by asking you a few questions about whether the MRA's proposed StormTech MC 4500 system was a detention system or an infiltration system, or was there a difference? And I believe what you told Mr. Ost is that it is a detention, treatment, and infiltration system, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as such, it is still governed by the requirements of Exhibit D to your report. And I'm just trying to get there quickly, which are the state regs from the stormwater manual on or not the regs, but the stormwater manual design guidelines for infiltration systems, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You were also asked some questions about the water quality of Flat Creek. I think both upstream and right in the area of the proposed hotel development. Your report expressly designates or expressly states that Flat Creek in that area is designated as a Class C water, correct?
That's correct.
And you then, I believe in your report, did note, based on your review of the Roderick and Orman report prepared for the town of Montreat, that in reality, though it is classified as Class C by the state of North Carolina, the water quality in the area of the proposed MRA hotel is actually higher than that, correct?
Yes, and that frequently occurs in certain areas of the state where Class C is just based on the use of waters and doesn't say, except for certain limitations, it doesn't give you a lot of information about actually what the quality is there. Else we would probably have a Class 1, or a Class C1, a C2, C3, and all the way across the state, we'd have thousands of different Class Cs if we're basing it on technical data. It's based on the use of the stream is the classification.
But the water quality could actually be of higher quality, correct?
Yes, and in this case, it is absolutely higher than the minimum for Class C.
And you had noted, and Mr. Ost had asked you about your reference to and reliance on the Roderick Orman report. Are these the types of reports and data that experts in your field customarily rely upon?
Yes.
Mr. Ost also asked you a couple of series of different questions about whether or not you performed any independent analysis of the soils on the site. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
And I think up to and including a quote unquote custom soil resource report. And my question for you in that regard is did the MRA provide any such soil analysis, site-specific soil analysis as part of its special use permit application and supporting materials now in front of this board?
It provided some information, but it did not provide the information of the technical soils information and the seasonally high water table information for the proposed stormwater system.
And so the information that you included in Exhibit E to your report, which was, I'm sorry, I'm flipping just to get there real quick. That was the soil data that you described for the Tuskegee series and the Tocane series. Given the lack of affirmative evidence produced by the MRA as to a site-specific soil analysis, was that the best information you had at your disposal pertaining to the characteristics of the soils on the site?
Yes.
Okay. One more question on water quality. I believe Mr. Osted asked you some questions about the ability to discharge stormwater into outstanding resource waters versus Class C waters. And you noted that in your opinion, you can discharge treated stormwater into Class C waters, correct?
That's correct.
And you referenced the total suspended solids standard as one example, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe it was your testimony the last time we met that the MRA's StormTech system, as designed in the plans as submitted to the board, will not remove 85% total suspended solids as required by the Montreat Stormwater Ordinance, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Dr. Kays, I believe my co-counsel might have some questions for you, but those are all my questions for you this morning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For the sake of time, Dr. Kays, if there's no objection, I'll just incorporate the questions and answers that Mr. Whitlock asked and have no further questions for you this morning. Thank you, though, for making yourself available. Ms.
Okay,
Hayner
I
may.
think, the board has a question. Do you have a question, Ms. Hayner?
Make sure this is on. Hi, good morning, Dr. Kays. This is a pretty general question. And I'm not sure if you can answer it generally, but just for clarity's sake, I'm hoping that you can. The result of your report is basically saying this StormTech system does not meet the requirements for the MRA. Is that based on, sorry, is that better now? Is that based on, how am I saying this? Is that based on the MRA treating only half of the site? If they were, let's forget about whether the zoning allows it or not. If this was a project that just was the new hotel, would this system adequately take care of the stormwater for that?
No,
It would not.
that's correct.
And that's because of the size or because of other reasons?
That the system would be undersized, one, and
Still,
two.
even for half of the property, it would
Yes,
still be
yes.
undersized. Okay.
Yeah. And then secondly, the soils depth in the area is inadequate, and the seasonal high water table would be above the bottom of the trench and would not have a 2-foot separation the way they proposed it.
So those are the three areas, the
That's
size,
correct.
depth, and what was the third one? Size,
Well,
depth.
Seasonal high water table. You
seasonal
don't
high
have,
water table.
it's not,
Okay.
but, and that's because they're proposing to dig this trench down to at or below the level of Flat Creek.
And it needs to be higher.
Substantially higher, yes.
Okay. How much higher?
It'd be between 4 and 5 feet higher.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Case.
Questions from the board?
Thank you, Dr. Case.
Thank you, Dr. Case.
Mr. Chair, can we let Dr. Case sign off now?
You bet.
Okay. Dr. Case, you're, okay. He wasn't waiting for my permission, was
I
he?
like Decisive decision.
He wasn't going to wait for me to tell him.
And Mr. Chairman, the information that was displayed on the screen was, with the exception of some of the regulations, was all evidence that you'll already have. But we'll be glad to put it in a package and distribute it to you in hard copy form tomorrow.
Yeah, like I had requested before, a recap of the specific points in your closing would be very helpful for us. We're going to be able to take the books home. And so we would like a clear, concise, if we could, from both sides. That would be helpful.
We'll be doing that. And just for everyone's reference, the standard that you just heard about is 310-622. That's the stormwater standard, just if you're scribbling along. And 625, public health.
Do we have that as evidence?
That's in your.
It's
that's in the zoning board.
It's in the,
That's in the
which we
zoning
have,
board.
which we have a copy of.
You should have a copy of your zoning ordinance and the standards. I think it's been up on the screen a dozen times or so, at least. Yeah.
Yes, please.
And I think that they have been to that portion of the zoning ordinance has also separately been introduced.
Yeah,
I
just
don't know what
to
the exhibit is, but
just to clarify about when we get to the deliberation part, we have been advised that we can't take these books home. This is kind of for everybody. We can't take these books home. So therefore, the only thing we can do is listen to the testimony, look at what it is. What we're going to do at the end is allow us to go and take the books home, of course, under sunshine law, no discussions, all of that. And then at that point, we'll be able, when we come back. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Golden is probably the person to comment on this. We were discussing at the start of the day, providing board members all the information that's been submitted at the close of the day tomorrow. So you all will have an opportunity to look at that Wednesday night before Thursday.
Our hope is to be done midday tomorrow. That's our side, so that you all would be able to take those home.
And I think that's what I expressed to the board members, that hopefully when the opposition side closes its case, or at least introduces all of the evidence that is in the book, we would allow the board members to take those home so that we could come back and close Thursday or offer rebuttal on Thursday. But we can talk about that later. I'd rather keep going
Yep.
through.
And we may have a few additional documents on Thursday, but there's nothing that you have to see Wednesday night with the other materials.
Will you be bringing any more witnesses back?
Yes, we anticipate having at least 2 rebuttal witnesses, but it will be short. And because 2 of them have conflicts tomorrow, that they'll have to go on Thursday morning, but I don't think it'll take long.
Can you tell me which rebuttal witnesses they would be?
John Kennard, our civil engineer, and Chuck Kreckelberg sitting right back here.
Okay.
And we'll have a Mark Dunnigan, who's not testified before, but he's a construction management person, and we're going to address some of the points that were raised earlier through him. And Mr. Solaski had requested information from Jeff Moore. We weren't planning to bring him back, but we're glad to if you want to hear information from him on levels of service.
Thank you.
Is that report prepared in evidence?
Yes.
That's fine. That's all I need.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, at this time, we would call Mrs. Annie McDonald to testify, please.
Yes, thank you. Good
Hello.
morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board,
Hello.
council.
Morning,
Before
Ms.
we
McDonald.
get, Ken, is there a Bible there? If not, we can affirm. Great.
Thank you.
Would raise your right hand, repeat after me. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If so, say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mrs. McDonald.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Annie Laurie McDonald. I go by Annie.
And tell the board how you are currently employed.
I am presently a senior architectural historian with the cultural resources consulting firm Richard Grubb and Associates, based in Cranbury, New Jersey, with an office in Wake Forest. I work from my home in Asheville.
And just tell the board, kind of give them a little summary or an overview, if you would, please, ma'am, of what you do as a senior architectural historian at Richard Grubbs and Associates.
I research, document, and evaluate historic resources for a variety of clients for compliance with local, state, and federal regulations.
And excuse me, Ms. McDonald, just for the board's reference, Ms. McDonald's expert report and her resume and or CV, which is at the end of that, is at tab 4 of our notebook, which everybody should have there in front of them. And then I have pulled up on the screen her CV as we discuss her qualifications. So, and Ms. McDonald, how long have you been with Richard Grubbs and Associates?
Since September of 2021, just
Okay.
4 months.
Okay. And what did you do before that?
For 9.5 years, I served as a preservation specialist for the North Carolina State Historic Preservation Office, based here in the Western Office in Asheville, serving a 25 county service territory in Western North Carolina. In that role, I advised individual property owners, nonprofit organizations, and local governments, as well as other stakeholders, on the identification and preservation of historic resources. I also advised municipal and county governments with local preservation programs and historic preservation commissions on such topics as preservation planning, prioritizing historic resource documentation, best practices for preservation commissions, commission reporting and work planning, and other planning related activity.
And could you give the board just a few of the specific examples, perhaps maybe here in Western North Carolina, where you worked with local governments on the identification and preservation of historic resources, or in a preservation planning capacity?
Certainly. In the town of Boone, for example, I worked with their Preservation Commission and their local governing body on preservation planning and prioritizing short, medium, and long-range goals for their Preservation Commission, and that was in 2014. Around the same time, I advised Henderson County on ordinance updates to permit their board to designate historic resources at the county level. I have worked with the towns of Waynesville and Transylvania County, Alexander County, the city of Asheville, all on preservation planning activity.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Did you by chance have the occasion to consult on historic resources in Montreat during your close to 10 years with the State Historic Preservation Office?
I have, actually. My work in Montreat began when the Texas Road Bridge Replacement Project was underway. I worked with staff in our Raleigh office in our environmental review program to document and evaluate the historic significance of properties in Montreat in the area around the Texas Road Bridge. For that, I consulted architectural survey files in the State Historic Preservation Office's survey file collection and advised Raleigh staff as well as the consultant working on that project.
So is it safe to say you have some familiarity with Montreat?
I have some familiarity with Montreat, yes.
Great. And let's see, looking at your CV, I also see that you spent a couple years with the National Alliance of Preservation Commissions. Can you, as a consulting educator, can you tell the board what you did there, please? ma'am?
Yes, from 2014 to 2017, I was a consulting or contract educator working with the National Alliance of Preservation Commissions, which is a nationwide nonprofit focused on the education and outreach and the improvement of board action for preservation commissions, which is a quasi-judicial body like yourself, across the country. I conducted training sessions in Louisiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, and Washington, D.C. for NAPC.
And it looks like you have also previously been employed for 10 plus years or so as a preservation planner, most recently in the town of Leesburg, Virginia.
Yes, while in Leesburg, Virginia, I worked in the planning department as the preservation planner for 6.5 years, staffing the Board of Architectural Review and assisting other staff in our planning department, as well as the BAR, with preservation planning activity, in addition to reviewing applications for certificates of appropriateness. I worked with town staff and the BAR to amend the comprehensive plan for the town to address such things as concept review for projects requiring rezoning and special use permits, developing design recommendations for a small area plan, ordinance updates, and design guideline updates.
So to be clear, in your with your experience in preservation planning, you have direct experience with the review and interpretation of comprehensive plans. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And then looks like you're also a preservation planner with the Chattanooga Area Regional Council from 2001 to 2005. Is that correct?
Yes, and
Okay.
for the Chattanooga Area Regional Council of Governments and Southeast Tennessee Development District, I primarily pertinent to my testimony today, I assisted the cities of Cleveland and Athens, Tennessee with the establishment of local preservation programs.
Is that a regional council? Is that kind of like I'm trying to think of the
Land of Sky.
Land of Sky. Thank you. It was on the tip of my tongue, and of course I forgot it at that point. Instead of, I could go on, Mrs. McDonald, with your qualifications. Instead, I will, let me ask you one more question. Do you have any educational background pertinent to the testimony that you intend to offer today?
I have a Master of Arts degree in history with a certificate in historic preservation from Youngstown State University in Ohio.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, with that, I would proffer Mrs. McDonald to the board as an expert in historic preservation and preservation planning.
We have no objection to that, but I do have just a couple of questions on voir dire, if that's all right, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
No objection.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is
Morning.
T.C. Morphus. I'm here on behalf of the MRA. So just a few questions about your qualifications. You do not have a degree in planning or city and regional planning, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you have the AICP certification?
I am not AICP certified.
Are you a licensed engineer?
No.
Are you a licensed architect?
No.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions from the board?
Yeah. What of these 5 questions you got up there, what areas you going to be speaking about?
This will be on, and I want to make sure I get you the right criteria. This will be 310.625. Sure, which is conformity with the comprehensive plan.
But she doesn't have a hearing plan.
Right, but she has worked as a preservation planner. So she will be offering an opinion from a preservation planning point of view.
I have a question for our council. Do we have ordinance related to preservation and historic? Do you have any designations or anything?
What you're looking at, when you're entertaining the evidence that's presented by the opposition and or the applicant, you're looking to satisfy each one of those standards in your special use permit.
Okay, so if she's speaking to 310.625, which says the location, character, the use, and development plan submitted and approved will be in general conformity with adopted policies and plans, including the comprehensive plan of the town of Montreat.
Yep,
That's
and you haven't heard the testimony yet, so you don't know what she's going to be testifying to about the historic preservation and how it affects the comprehensive plan, but you have heard some testimony about the comprehensive plan.
Right. What we're looking for is, do we accept her as being, a witness, subject matter expert? That's our question. The other stuff we can get into after we accept.
Discovering that she a qualified witness.
Member Salaski, I think her testimony will answer your questions. I certainly don't want to put words into Mr. Morphus's mouth, but I think the lack of an objection from opposing counsel would be indicative of her qualifications.
And what I would say to that, Mr. Whitlock has framed her expertise, and if I misstate this, Jamie, just as historic preservation. Was there another item, Jamie?
Preservation planning.
And so to the extent she is commenting in those areas, we do not object. Mr. Salaski, we may on cross-examination get into that area that you've raised, but I think with the limitation that Mr. Whitlock has put on the expertise area, we do not object, sir.
And Mr. Chairman, are you going to take a polling of the
I
board?
am. All in favor is accepting this as a expert witness?
Aye.
All opposed? So be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. McDonald, what were you asked to do with respect to the MRA special use permit application that is currently before the board in this matter?
I was asked to review the application to see whether or not it meets the standard in section 310.625 regarding conformity with the comprehensive plan, specifically as it relates to the preservation of historic resources.
And to carry out that assignment, have you reviewed the MRA special use permit application and the supporting materials that were submitted therewith?
I have.
Okay. Have you also had the occasion to review the town of Montreat's comprehensive plan?
In detail, yes.
And what about the town of Montreat's recently adopted zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. And just kind of briefly tell the board what else you did to form your opinions in this matter.
I reviewed the existing survey documentation on the town of Montreat held by the State Historic Preservation Office on historic resources that were previously recorded in the town, beginning in 1978 with a comprehensive survey of Buncombe County up to the 2000s when more properties were recorded for the Texas Road Bridge project that I mentioned earlier. I also conducted a site visit and looked at the buildings subject to demolition, conducted historical research on the town of Montreat and these specific properties, and reviewed all of that against the comprehensive plan.
And have you also either virtually or in person attended the previous hearings of this board in this matter?
I have, yes, all of them.
Thank you. And have you formed an opinion as to whether or not the MRA's proposed hotel development, including the demolition of the Lord Apartments, Chestnut Lodge, and the Galax House, is, from a historic preservation and preservation planning perspective, in general conformity with Montreat's comprehensive plan?
I have formed an opinion.
And what is that opinion, just very briefly?
It is not in conformity with the comprehensive
Okay,
plan.
and we'll get into that in more detail. And up on the screen, Mrs. McDonald, have you prepared a written report containing that opinion and the facts and data supporting them?
I have.
Okay, and up on the screen, we have, I believe, what I'm going to ask the court reporter if she will mark as Exhibit H13. Again, this is in tab 4 of the board's binders, and consists of approximately 33 pages, at least in electronic or PDF format. Ms. McDonald, does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, at this time, we'd ask that Mrs. McDonald's expert report be admitted into the record. Exhibit H13.
Objection.
No objection, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. McDonald, tell the board just your general understanding of the proposed MRA hotel development as set forth in its special use permit application.
So I'm speaking solely from the perspective or through the lens of historic preservation and historic resources. My understanding is that 3 existing historic structures, the Chester Lord House, AKA Lord Apartments, Truda Cottage, which is now known as Chestnut Lodge, and the McGregor House, now known as Galax Lodge, are all proposed to be removed for the new construction of a variably 29,000 or 40,000, depending on how you define it, square foot hotel, new construction with below grade parking and 2 stories tall.
Okay. And you referenced these buildings slated for demolition, I believe, I don't want to put words in your mouth, as historically significant. And are these three buildings that the MRA proposes to demolish to build this new hotel, are these 3 buildings historically significant?
Based on my understanding of these buildings and their history and the history of Montreat, yes, these would be considered historically significant properties. At the very least, the Lord House, Chester Lord House, and Truda Cottage or Chestnut Lodge are both historically significant as representative of the early development of Montreat. The Lord House, by most accounts, is considered the first building constructed in Montreat in 1898. In 1901, Lord himself built Truda Cottage as an early boarding house. Then he, in 1922, updated and expanded his own house to meet his needs at the time and to reflect popular architectural styles at the time, the craftsman style. The earliest iteration of the Lord House shown here, and as represented today in Chestnut Lodge or Truda Cottage, these early buildings are fairly utilitarian, unadorned, they're fairly simple. They represent that first phase of development in the town. And then with Lord's upgrading of his own house in 1922 to reflect the then popular craftsman style, we see how buildings evolve and change over time. The condition of both is, maybe they may not look great, but they are nevertheless historically significant because of what they represent in Montreat.
And I think, leading off of your last comment, do these three buildings have collective historic significance?
Yes.
And how?
I would argue that as a collection of resources, they embody the town's development over time, especially with the McGregor House being constructed in the mid-20th century, representing yet a later phase of development and with a very close association with the MRA itself, since it was built by and occupied by a past president.
And so you taught, and then we talked about that was collective, and then moving on to kind of the individual historic significance of these structures. You talked about the Chester Lord House being the first dwelling in Montreat, and then Truda Cottage. Am I correct in understanding that these are all kind of symbolic of different eras of development in Montreat?
Yes, if you think of that first period of development from 1897 up to the late 19 teens, arguably, as kind of settlement era, and then the period from the 1920s through the mid 20th century as the period of greatest development, excuse me, during the Anderson era, if you would. That is really when Montreat becomes more robust, more active, more built out. And so these two buildings, or specifically the Chester Lord House, represents this evolution of the town from 1897 through the early 20th century. Truda Cottage or Chestnut Lodge, as fairly intact, at least on the exterior, is a very good representation of the earliest period of development in Montreat.
And certainly there are other historic buildings in Montreat, correct?
Right, yes.
But as you've just explained, and if perhaps you could elaborate at all, there's important historic significance to these three buildings, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could just kind of summarize for the board why these three buildings have historical significance, that other historic buildings in Montreat might not have.
Particularly with Truda Cottage. Now, again, I've not been inside, but it is very intact on the exterior as far as its overall size, scale, massing, the building envelope, if you would. It is appears to be very original to its construction, its period of construction. The Chester Lord House, as I said, representative of two phases of development in Montreat. And, while a little altered with construction, say, of the deck on the back of the original building, still retains its overall form, architectural details, its volume, building envelope, materials.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. So you've discussed kind of the collective and the individual historic significance of these three structures, of these three buildings that the MRA is proposing to demolish as part of this special use permit request. What is the significance of demolition of these structures?
Well, once they're lost, they can't be gotten back. The loss of historic resources is permanent. And you can't get that back once they're demolished.
And Ms. McDonald, I believe that you testified earlier that you have either in person or virtually watched all of the testimony in the previous hearings of this matter, correct?
I have.
Okay. And we're, as part of that, I would assume you heard the testimony of Mr. Scott Shuford, the MRA's expert planner.
I did, yes.
Okay. And as part of his testimony, Mr. Shuford kind of downplayed any historic significance of these structures and testified, and of course I'm paraphrasing, the record will speak for itself, that these structures had no historic significance because they had no official historic designation.
And
Do you, sure.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to object. I mean, The witness is free to answer the question, but
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think that accurately characterizes what Mr. Shuford said, but she's free to answer the question Mr. Whitlock is proposing.
As I stated in my question, I think the record will speak for itself. But that's fair. Thank you, Mr. Morphus. Do you recall testimony to that effect, Mrs. McDonald?
I do.
And did I word it in a way that seemed correct to you based on your recollection? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but
If I recall correctly, Mr. Morphus asked Mr. Shuford if there was any, if there was any historic, if any survey had been done for the purpose of designating a historic district in Montreat, to which Mr. Shuford replied no.
okay. Thank you for that answer. And I'm usually much better off relying on others' memories than mine. So as I think Mr. Morphus just confirmed. From a historical preservation and or preservation planning perspective, do you agree with Mr. Shuford's assessment that we just discussed?
No.
And why not?
Well, these three buildings do have historic significance, as I've demonstrated, but to specifically respond about the historic district designation, there actually is a historic district in Montreat, and survey work has been done in Montreat to designate a historic district. If you don't rein me in, I will get into the weeds about what kind of a historic district it is. There is not a National Register listed historic district in Montreat. The historic district that is listed in Montreat is on the North Carolina National Register study list, which is an official designation. That designation occurred in 1983, following the 1978-79 comprehensive survey of Buncombe County.
And Ms. McDonald, I want you to keep going, but let me stop you right there. I want to show you a letter here, which we'll mark as exhibit H14 for purposes just of identification. H14. Okay, it's up on the screen. Sure. Ms. McDonald, can you identify for the record what I have showed you and at least tentatively ask the court reporter to mark as exhibit H14?
Yes, this is a letter from then preservation specialist Douglas Swaim, who was employed by the State Historic Preservation Office at the Western Office in Asheville in the position I formerly held, dated 1983. Mr. Swaim, in the late 1970s, was a preservation consultant conducting the architectural survey of Buncombe County. He went on to work for the State Historic Preservation Office in Asheville. And so in 1980, following that 1978-79 survey, in the town of Montreat, they placed the community building on the National Register study list. And I'll in a moment get into what that means. And then in 1983, following consultation with a private property owner here in Montreat, Mr. James Field, who I believe owned property on Assembly Drive, he did additional survey work and presented the Montreat Historic District to the what is now the National Register Advisory Committee and what was then the State Professional Review Committee for designation of the Montreat Historic District on the National Register study list. At that time, no inventory of contributing and non-contributing resources took place. Instead, the boundaries were left undefined to be determined at a later date, as indicated by the letter to Dr. Jerry Brooks at the Montreat Historical Foundation.
And let me ask you this. So the author of this January 3rd, 1983 letters was a Mr. Douglas Swaim. preservation specialist with the North Carolina Department of Cultural Resources, correct?
Correct.
You said you knew Mr. Swaim?
I know, I did not know
Okay,
him.
knew
but
of him.
I know of, yes.
Okay. And where did you obtain this document, Mrs. McDonald?
This is from the Architectural Survey File Collection at the Western Office of the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources here in Asheville at 176 Riceville Road.
And are they the custodian of these types of cultural and historic resource documents?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Golden, we'd ask that Exhibit H14 be moved into the record.
No objection.
So be it.
Thank you. Was there other correspondence, and I believe you may have referenced some, Mrs. McDonald, relating to the placement of the Montreat Historic District on the National Register study list as in your review of these public records?
Yes, including a letter to the MRA itself.
And what did the letter to the MRA, what did that letter deal with?
Mr. Whitlock, this is
Sure.
a question. Before I object, are we going to see a copy of this letter, sir?
Why don't we hold off a few, thank you, Mr. Morphus. Your objection's well founded. I'll back up, and if we need to get into those documents, I'll go there based
We're
on.
getting close to the top of the hour. too,
Okay.
so.
Well, yeah, let's take a break. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Oh, I do too.
Speaking loudly, clearly, and that's where you
Love it outside. Perfect.
Okay, if we could, we'd like, we're at 8 minutes. We blew our schedule, so let's move forward. All lawyers must be present for the, sure.
Right, so yes.
Fine members that don't show up on time.
Wednesday, tomorrow? Yeah, all day. Yeah. We'll, we'll decide that. Yeah.
Do the attorneys buy lunch or is that an emoluments clause thing?
What would you like, sir?
And how late are we going today? 1:30?
1:30, yes. Robert Salaski, paging Robert Salaski. Okay. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. McDonald, I believe I interrupted you with the process of having you identify Exhibit H14. And why don't we just go back quickly and tell the board what this letter is and what it demonstrates to you.
Okay. On January 13th of 1983, the Montreat Historic District was placed on the National Register study list with undefined boundaries and no specific accounting or inventory of resources that were identified, to use a term of art, as contributing or non-contributing resources. That occurred on January 13th, 1983. On January 20th, Doug Swaim, the previous preservation specialist for the State Historic Preservation Office in the Western Office in Asheville, communicated with various stakeholders to let them know that a historic district had been placed on the National Register study list. Among those people were the initial property owner, Mr. Field, and Mr. Jerry Brooks of the Montreat Historical Foundation. I can't remember the exact date of the communication, but the MRA was also notified that a historic district had been designated. By this letter, it clearly states that the boundaries were, in paragraph 2, undefined, but he stated the intention that the district would include most of the Anderson era public buildings as well as some of the earlier private cottages. So that suggests to me that the core of Montreat around the Anderson era public buildings, the Assembly Inn, the auditorium, and such historic residences as collectively embody and communicate the historic district's significance and the significance of the town of Montreat would be included within those boundaries, most likely to include the subject property. That has not been determined, and additional documentation would have to take place, as is illustrated by later communication in the survey file.
But you do have an opinion that it's more likely than not that the historic district that was placed on the National Register study list would more likely than not have included these properties, correct?
Correct. And that is based on 9.5 years of working closely with the National Register of Historic Places and National Register study list in my role with the HPO.
And let me ask you this question, Mrs. McDonald. Is placement on the National Register study list and a quote unquote official designation?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back over to your report here. I'm going to get, so the board knows, I'm moving to around page 15 of Mrs. McDonald's report. And let's take a quick step back and I want to look at the MRA's proposed demolition of these 3 historic structures and the development of a new hotel in the context of Montreat's comprehensive plan. Can you discuss how the Montreat comprehensive plan addresses historic resources generally and the preservation of historic structures more specifically?
That is an interesting question. And I will say, when I started my assignment, I was interested, knowing Montreat, with the experience that I have had consulting in Montreat, I was surprised that there was not a specific section in looking at the table of contents and looking at the outline, if you would, of the comprehensive plan, that the Montreat comprehensive plan did not have a separate section on historic buildings or historic preservation. When I was working in Leesburg, ours was the heritage resources element of the town plan. So I would have expected, given the predominance of historic buildings and structures in Montreat, I would have expected to see that specifically called out. Instead, what surprised me was the fact that historic preservation is woven throughout the comprehensive plan. Historic buildings are explicitly referred to as defining the town's character, as embodying the town's history. And not only is this in written form, but throughout the plan, it includes photos of historic buildings, not just the large scale historic buildings, but the individual cottages. And it refers specifically, the comprehensive plan refers specifically to the size and scale of the historic cottages. And it emphasizes the need for preservation of the historic cottages, specifically through, for example, education of cottage owners, which is something that Mr. Shuford testified to in December. And so preservation of Montreat's history through preservation of historic buildings, which are identified in the comprehensive plan as overwhelmingly residential and like the cottages, is a significant component of the comprehensive plan. So in my analysis, I was not reviewing the proposed project against a section of the comprehensive plan. I was reviewing the project against the comprehensive plan generally, because the plan so thoroughly integrates historic preservation throughout the sections and the goals.
And you just did a little bit of this, Ms. McDonald, but explain the importance of character from a preservation planning perspective with respect to Montreat's comprehensive plan.
Character, I have addressed this in my report. Character is not defined in the zoning ordinance or in the comprehensive plan. And so one has to interpret the language of the comprehensive plan to get a definition of the word character. And in my report, I address this directly because we all need a common language, I think has been demonstrated throughout this case. The comprehensive plan is very clear that character is, I don't want to so explicitly say defined as, but includes the not just the historic features of buildings, porches, dormers, gabled and hipped roofs, features that break up the massing of a building, but character is or includes the size, scale, massing, the volume of a building, the building envelope, if you would. And collectively, these buildings are the character of Montreat. And so Montreat's character is not just defined by the things that you see, but or the features on these buildings, but the fact that they exist. And that's why preservation of historic structures is emphasized so greatly in the comprehensive plan, because the fact that they are present alone is what defines, one of the things that defines Montreat's character.
So we've talked about the comprehensive plan's discussion of and prioritization of the preservation of historic resources and historic structures in particular. Let's move on a little bit and talk about this looking from the lens of the MRA's proposed hotel. You mentioned the architectural features and the size and the scale. How does the size and the scale of this hotel fit into the vision of the comprehensive plan from a location perspective?
And I'm going to object to this. She's not qualified as a planner, an engineer, or an architect.
I think we did establish that she was not qualified as a planner, so I will abstain.
Let me ask the question this way, Mrs. McDonald. From a preservation planning perspective, is the location or the proposed location at 309 Collegiate Circle of the MRA's proposed hotel consistent or in general conformity with the town's comprehensive plan?
The size, scale, and massing of the proposed hotel are not consistent with the language used in the plan to define the character of the historic buildings that overwhelmingly represent Montreat's historic buildings.
Does the comprehensive plan anticipate the need for large-scale infill development?
The comprehensive plan is remarkable in the way that it addresses the needs of the preservation needs of the community, or the preservation goals, if you would, of the community, as well as the need for growth and large scale infill development, which also surprised me. The comprehensive plan does an excellent job of balancing future growth and development with historic preservation.
And I want to talk to you some more about that, but I wanted to ask you about this figure 4.3 in your report, which I believe is an 1898 plat of Montreat. Is that correct?
It is.
And where did you obtain that plat? I believe you have it referenced there.
From the
but
Buncombe County Register of Deeds online.
Okay. And while we're talking about location from a preservation planning perspective, what did this plat tell you? And just so the record is clear, this is page 19 of Mrs. McDonald's report.
The 1898 plat clearly shows where the town's founders intended for the large public gathering spaces to be, and that is around Lake Susan at the core of the cove.
And then before I rudely interrupted you and asked you to identify this plat, you had referenced how the comprehensive plan simultaneously prioritizes the preservation of historic structures, but also recognizes the need and allows for large scale infill development, correct?
Yes.
And I want to show you the next figure in your report, which is figure 4.4 there at the top. And can you tell the board what this figure is?
This is figure number 10 from the Montreat Comprehensive Plan. That is the town center design scenario that proposes infill development opportunities in Montreat, large scale infill development opportunities in Montreat.
And let's move down. And I believe this is a zoom in. Your figure 4.5 on page 20 of your report is just a zoom in of that figure 10 from the comprehensive plan.
Correct.
And what does that show?
It shows where two infill opportunities exist in the area around and north of Lake Susan. Infill opportunity one is represented by two smaller buildings, kind of just north of Assembly Inn. And infill opportunity two is a much larger building, possibly larger than Assembly Inn, northeast of Lake Susan, that has a drop-off area and courtyard and a 100-stall parking garage.
Was the property at issue, the 309 Collegiate Circle property, identified in the comprehensive plan for future infill development?
No.
Do you recall seeing in the MRA's application and the supporting materials, there's also, I believe, been some testimony in this case, some reliance on language in the comprehensive plan about the subject property being in the Assembly Drive corridor, and that being a justification or a reason why this is an appropriate location for this project?
Yes.
And do you have an opinion on the MRA's reliance of the location of the proposed hotel in the Assembly Drive corridor. Does that lend credence from a preservation planning perspective under the comprehensive plan?
No.
And why not?
Because the comprehensive plan is very specific about Assembly Drive. And if I may see where I've addressed this.
Sure, and I believe this is
My
page
report.
18 of your report, and I'm happy
yes.
to go back up
Yes,
there.
thank
if
you.
can see that. Sure.
So the plan states on page 29, as the gateway into Montreat, Assembly Drive is envisioned to remain a scenic entryway or entranceway and corridor that sets the tone for the place. However, over time, minor changes could occur to allow this corridor to accommodate a wider variety of land uses without significantly altering the character of Montreat. A range of uses along Assembly Drive could include a richer mix of uses, institutional uses of the MRA, the town or churches, mixed use residential services such as bed and breakfast. Along Assembly Drive, the road's cross-section may be changed to better accommodate non-vehicular traffic, more comfortably to provide improved connectivity between destinations, as well as the use of multiple forms of mobility. And here, I think it's important to emphasize the language without significantly altering the character of Montreat, because elsewhere in the plan, it's very clear about what the character of Montreat is. And that includes the simple existence of its historic buildings and their preservation. I don't believe that the proposed hotel is a, minor change as suggested by this paragraph or as this language in the plan.
I have no issue with the witness's testimony, but I do want to just remind the board that that's within the context of historic preservation. She's not qualified to render a planning opinion.
Thank you. We'll move on. Ms. McDonald, as part of your review of the comprehensive plan and your other work in this matter, did you have the occasion to look at the goals of the comprehensive plan and of course, specifically the ones that pertain to historical preservation and or preservation planning?
I did.
And did you have a chance to form opinions as to whether or not the MRA's proposed hotel development complies with those goals?
I did. And on page 21 of my report, I summarize how the proposed project with regard to preservation and preservation planning solely does not meet goals A, C, F, and O.
And I want to read to you goal C and then ask you to tell the board why it doesn't meet that goal. Goal C state, this is from the comprehensive plan, preserve the character of both the natural and man-made environments while providing for the development and redevelopment of existing residential areas by developing and adopting standards for both land and building development that preserves and enhances the community's image while providing for responsible growth. And I believe you've testified you do not believe the MRA's proposed development meets that goal of the comprehensive plan, correct?
That is correct.
And why not?
Because if the project were to comply with the comprehensive plan, the MRA would have at least evaluated why they could not place the new hotel in the area proposed for infill development in the comprehensive plan. That would be responsible growth that balances the need for future development and the historic preservation goals of the town.
Am I right that that kind of gets at the heart of the matter of your opinions relating to the comprehensive plan from a historical preservation and a preservation planning perspective, that the plan both provides for the preservation of historic buildings, which define or part of the defining of the character of Montreat, while also it does provide, strike that. I'm just going to ask it. I'm going to ask the question.
We will strike that.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to look at goal O as well, Ms. McDonald, and I'll read that to you. The town should allow limited commercial development to allow for the daily needs of its citizens, visitors, students, and faculty, and to provide a focus for other community activities while protecting the character of the community. Does the MRA's proposed hotel development meet that goal in your opinion?
It does not meet that goal
And why not? Tell the board why not.
because it does not address how the character of the community, as defined in part by its historic resources, is protected through this project.
And then finally, Mrs. McDonald, trying to wrap up here. Kind of moving on to your conclusions, which the board can find on page 23 of your report. If you could, and with a focus on your conclusions 5 through 8 here. And I know I've just pointed those out to you, so I'm putting you on the spot. But if you could just kind of, again, summarize your findings to the board as to why the MRA's proposed hotel development is not in general conformity with the comprehensive plan, which is required by section 310.625 of the zoning ordinance and the special use criteria laid out therein.
Okay. As I've stated before, and as is written in my report, the comprehensive plan, among many other things on which I am not qualified to speak, emphasizes the need for preservation of historic resources in the community. And it is unqualified. It doesn't say some historic resources are better than others or are more worthy of preservation than others. It just simply states that historic resources, which are clearly stated in the plan as overwhelmingly residential in character or in use, and small in scale, should be preserved. That is a goal of the comprehensive plan. The subject property is identified in the comprehensive plan as part of the town center, but that designation addresses the land use. There are many different uses that are possible here. It identifies opportunities for large-scale infill development around Lake Susan. And if the project were to meet the comprehensive plan's goals for historic preservation, the project would balance preservation of these resources while focusing on where those infill opportunities are.
And we looked at the 1898 plat earlier, and am I correct? It was your finding that these large scale development or large scale uses in Montreat have historically been located around in the area around Lake Susan?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to try and wrap up here, Ms. McDonald. Just so we have a clear record, can you tell the board again, do you have an opinion as to whether the use here, the MRA's proposed hotel development, if developed according to the plan is submitted and approved, will be in general conformity with the comprehensive plan of the town of Montreat?
I have an opinion, and that opinion is that with regard solely to historic preservation, it is not in general conformity with the 2008 comprehensive plan.
Thank you, ma'am. And finally, do you have any recommendations for the board?
In my report, because I'm not an architect or an engineer. So I'm not qualified to speak to the condition of these buildings, which is why my report doesn't discuss condition. If there is concern about the condition of these buildings and whether or not they can be preserved, then my recommendation to the board is to solicit a third-party opinion about that, unbiased from either party in this case. Different people have different opinions, and I can say, based on my experience, well, I've seen lots of buildings like that preserved, but I've not been inside them. And I admit, I don't know what the interior is like, or, the structural condition. So I recommend getting an engineer or an architect with experience in historic preservation, because that is a very specific skill set, to evaluate these buildings, but someone who is not affiliated with the current project.
Ms. McDonald, those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Ms. McDonald. I will do what I've done with other expert witnesses, which is incorporate on behalf of my clients all the questions that Mr. Whitlock asked and your answers. I do have a few follow-ups, though.
Okay.
And to just sort of, if I can switch over here. Okay, so I just want to ask a couple follow-ups about the comprehensive plan. The first would be here. And this is the 2.0 section, Montreat today, and the 2.1 character and design section. Are you familiar with that section, Ms. McDonald?
Yes.
Of the comp plan?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things I'd like to do, you had talked about, how the comp plan talks about character. And I just want to call out a specific portion here and read it for the board. So it says, and just correct me if I read it incorrectly. It says, what is Montreat's character? And it says, for many residents and visitors, it's defined by the spiritual connection they experience through their faith. For others, it's Montreat's beautiful natural setting among mountains and lush green vegetation, scenic ridges, and tranquil vistas. And then in the highlighted section I've put here, there are those who appreciate Montreat's small town charm, its physical appearance and architecture, its historic buildings and social character. And then it finishes with community desire expressed during stakeholder meetings sustains these opinions.
Mhm.
So the comp plan itself says that historic buildings are part of Montreat's character. Would that be a fair characterization of that?
Yes, that's why I mean, it's not just the architectural characteristics, say, of new construction, but the simple presence, the existence of such a body of historic resources is what makes Montreat Montreat.
And just to tie it back for the board, if I can. 310.625. This is one of the standards that the board has to consider and find. The location and character of the use, if developed according to the plan as submitted and approved, will be in general conformity with the adopted policies and plans, including the comprehensive plan of the town of Montreat. So again, based on your opinion that the comp plan defines historic buildings as part of its character, do you find this hotel as being, as the character of this proposed use to be in conformity with the comprehensive plan?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with the State Historic Preservation Plan, North Carolina State Historic Preservation Plan?
I am.
Okay. I don't know the answer to this question, but did you have anything to do with that development of that plan?
A little bit. I was involved in it was compiled by staff based on input from a variety of sources. And so I was marginally involved in its development. It was still fairly early in my career with the State Historic Preservation Office. So I
Okay.
didn't have as in-depth a role as others on our staff.
We'd ask that this be admitted as Jones Exhibit 7.
No objection.
So moved.
And I'll provide a paper copy at the end. But so one of the provisions in there specifically references Montreat, and I'll throw it up here. And this is from the plan, page 5. Again, I'll read it. These are different sections that talk about different historic portions of the state that are referenced specifically in the plan. And I'm reading here from the Recreation and Tourism section. It says, the state's beaches, mountains, and mineral spring spas have drawn tourists since the 19th century, and a number of early resort hotels, summer houses, and summer communities like Roaring Gap, Linville, Little Switzerland, Nags Head, Montreat, Flat Rock, and Highlands predate the era of mass automobile tourism. Development threatens older resort fabric, especially in parts of the coasts and mountains. Would you agree with that statement that's from the state's plan on historic preservation?
I absolutely would agree with that, particularly in the years since the plan was adopted. And I'll admit, I didn't even know that this paragraph existed in the plan.
With the inclusion of Montreat specifically in this plan, what does that tell you from a historic preservation and planning standpoint about these buildings and the character defined in the comp plan from a state historic preservation standpoint?
This suggests to me that whoever prepared this section had specific examples of resort communities in mind when they were preparing it. And I don't know who on staff that might have been. It wouldn't have been me. But that Montreat rose to the top. It rose to, it was prominent in the mind of whoever out of our Raleigh staff would have prepared this.
And would it be fair to say that it is one of a very small group of other communities that have special significance due to the fact that they were tourist destinations before the era of mass automobile tourism?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And just one last question, I believe, it'll be last. It's always the promise you can never keep. But you had talked about, I just want to be clear, the district you had talked about, that has been established, correct?
There is a Montreat Historic District that has been placed on the National Register study list by the, at the time, State Professional Review Committee, now called the National Register Advisory Committee. It had undefined boundaries, but was to include most of the Anderson era public buildings, as well as some of the early residential buildings.
Those undefined boundaries, that would have been solidified through subsequent work.
Yes,
So at its current present, the district exists.
yes,
Boundaries have not yet been defined.
correct.
And if I heard your testimony correct, you would, it's your professional opinion that these 3 houses would be included in that when that work is done, if they still exist at that point.
Most likely, yes.
Okay. Sorry, that was more than one question, but that's the last. Thank you.
I do have cross-examination, Mr. Chairman, but I was going to let Ms. Hayner go first if she had questions, sir.
Ms. Hayner. No, I think we've got 10 minutes for a 5-minute break.
I will do my best to talk fast, sir. Again, a promise I cannot keep. Good morning, Mr. Donald.
Morning.
Before we get started, and this is really nothing other than I genuinely mean it. I want to thank you for the work that you do. There's not enough historic preservation in this state. Now, of course, my job is to disagree with just about everything else you've said today, but that is neither here nor there. But I do mean that. I want to talk just very briefly about the three structures that are proposed for demolition. And then I want to talk about what standards there are to guide the board when they're talking about historic structures. I do have a planning degree and a law degree, but I don't know the first thing about architecture, so I'm going to defer to you on that. With the Lord House, it was changed in the 1920s, is that correct?
1922, if memory serves correctly.
And there was a garage addition added in the mid 20th century, is that correct?
Correct, on the back of the building.
And looking, I believe this is page 12. of the report. And do you need a copy, Pam, or you've got
I
it?
have one.
Okay, very good. At the bottom of page 12, you say a spring may originate from the hill to the south of the Lord House, whence it flows downhill toward Assembly Drive. Is that correct?
Yes, and I said that because I was not certain about the location. It did look as though that, I mean, and I'm not a water person, I'm a buildings person, but water affects buildings. And so it looked as though there might be some issues with water in the building, which is why I provide the recommendation about getting a third-party opinion on condition.
And you said you'd heard the earlier testimony. Did you hear the testimony from our witnesses that the source of the spring is actually underneath the Lord building?
Yes, I did hear that. That was surprising to me. But was it clear about whether or not it originates under the garage or the house?
Well, again, I am not an architect or a builder. I
Okay.
heard in, but I will concede that I do not know. Fair question. You have no reason to disagree with our witness's testimony that it's inside the building.
I have no reason.
Okay.
No qualifications to.
And then what the MRA calls the Chestnut Lodge, and you've identified as a Trudeau Cottage. The report shows a third story was added in the mid 20th century. Is
A
that
third
correct?
story was added to the rear porch
Okay.
in the mid or late 20th century.
Okay. Now I want to talk about the standards because I think that's very important. I think it's also quite confusing. And I want to start with this 1983 letter. Do you have a copy of that in front of you?
I do.
Okay, and this is, again, I believe it's Exhibit H14. I got that correct. Okay. So this is a letter from Mr. Swain, who worked at the time for the North Carolina Department of Cultural Resources, correct?
Correct.
And what it says, I'm looking at the second paragraph. Please tell me if this is wrong. Last week, after an inquiry by a Montreat property owner, I placed a much more extensive Montreat Historic District on our study list. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So Mr. Swain placed the what he's calling the Montreat Historic District on a study list, correct?
He presented it to the State Professional Review Committee, whose minutes indicate that it was presented to the board and accepted.
So it's formally on a study list, correct?
It is on the National Register study list.
Okay. Was a nomination for National Historic Register status ever submitted?
No, there is subsequent communication to this letter that indicates though efforts were underway, there was not enough funding to pursue the project locally.
Understood. And so what you've identified as the Montreat Historic District is not now on the National Register of Historic Places.
That is correct, but it is still an official designation because it has implications for regulatory compliance as well as interpretation of North Carolina State Building Code.
Right. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. And actually, we can do that now if you want. If you had structures on the register, not on the study list, does that restrict, would that prohibit the demolition of a structure if it's on the National Register?
So long as it was not subject to any federal funding, license, or permitting, or any state funding.
Right, and I'm glad you had that qualification because I think it's important. That's what's sometimes called a Section 106 review. Is that correct?
That is Section 106 review, correct? Which for the board's interest, if you're at all interested, refers to Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966.
Yes. And the historic, to have something on the, if Montreat had a historic district on the National Register, which it does not, would that prohibit the construction of new buildings?
No.
Okay. Now I want to talk about the Section 106 review. And you kind of already answered this. I apologize for being repetitive. This is not something that the town of Montreat does. Is that correct?
Section 106 review is a process carried out at the state level by the State Historic Preservation Office in consultation with federal and state agencies or their designees.
And we're going on a limb here. I assume that was done when you referenced the Texas Road Bridge project.
That is exactly correct.
Right. So the board understands, and this is specific to your experience in Montreat. There is a road in Montreat, Texas Road, and there is a bridge. Presumably there was federal funding involved for replacing or repairing the bridge. So the National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106 says you need to do a review of resources. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
To clarify, if I could complicate
Oh,
matters a
please.
little bit, there are actually two different historic districts in Montreat. There is a study listed historic district that was placed on the study list in 1983. And then in 2014, there was an official determination of eligibility. Now that is an administrative process that occurs through the Section 106 review process.
And again, I apologize if I cut you off. That's an eligibility to be added to the National Historic Register.
That is a determination that for the purpose of Section 106 compliance, that the historic district is eligible. So there are overlapping designations here.
Right, but my point is that when you say eligible, that is eligible to be added to the National Historic Register.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And again, when we talk about historic district, this was a designation created in the 1980s.
Yes.
And as you pointed out, and you know this much better than I do, I gather after Mr. Swaim placed a much more extensive list with no boundaries, there was then a state board or agency which confirmed, yes, it should be on a study list.
He did not actually place it on the study list. That is familiar language in the letter. The placement, the study list designation is actually an action by the State Historic Preservation Officer upon the recommendation of the State Professional Review Committee, now NRAC.
Okay. Let's talk about state historic preservation law. And it sounds like since you work for the state, you're familiar with the state regulations that govern historic districts, correct?
When you say the regulations,
That's
that,
in regulations, I meant statutes.
do you mean 160B?
Yes.
Okay. Previously,
It was previously under 160A.
160A.
It's
yeah.
the statutes, and we'll talk about some more detail that talks about historic districts, historic landmarks under state law.
I am familiar with them as 160A, and I know that there is crossover.
We are all in that boat. So if I am doing a lot of this today, it's because I knew the 160A references, and I'm still learning the 160A references. I will represent to you, and if opposing counsel disagrees, certainly can, that for our purposes today, the state historic preservation statutes have not changed, even though the number has changed.
Yes.
Okay.
That is my understanding.
That's mine as well. Yeah, if I'm wrong, guys, call me out. Okay. So under the state historic preservation statutes, there are several things a municipality can do. They can establish a historic preservation district, correct? Or historic district. That's different names depending on where you are.
Actually, going back a little farther, they have to first pass an ordinance that creates a historic preservation commission and empowers the commission to make recommendations on the designation of historic districts and the landmarks, and they must adopt design guidelines to carry out the provisions of the ordinance.
And there's one more important thing they have to do before that. They have to have an inventory of contributing structures. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then once they have and again, there are different terms in different towns. I'm going to call it a Historic Preservation Commission. but
HPC for
understand-
short.
Yeah,
Yes.
HDC, HPC, whatever. Once that's established, they also have to have design guidelines. They have to have the inventory of contributing structures. And once all that's done, they could then designate landmarks. Is that correct? And if you designate an entire district, which means there's not a single building with a landmark, but it's the whole area within it, it's part of the historic district. In your mind, what is the big tool that the district or the Preservation Commission has for historic preservation? It's not a trick question. I'm trying to, well, let me ask you, you're familiar with certificates of appropriateness,
Oh,
correct?
absolutely.
Yes, and can you explain to the board what a certificate of appropriateness is?
Okay. So getting into the weeds, when a local community has adopted a preservation ordinance, established a historic preservation commission, adopted design guidelines, and designated one or more locally designated historic districts or landmarks by ordinance, this is a designation that occurs at the local level, then anybody carrying out work on the designated property, either an individual landmark or, and I'll give you examples momentarily, or to any property within the historic district, they must first submit an application for a certificate of appropriateness that is then reviewed by the Preservation Commission in accordance with the provisions of the zoning ordinance and against the applicable design guidelines. You've got a perfect example nearby. The town of Black Mountain has both a locally designated historic district downtown and a locally designated historic landmark, the Monte Vista Hotel. Both of those resources are listed at the local level by ordinance with design review. They also happen to be listed in the National Register of Historic Places. So those two designations are different and they are often conflated. Local designation by ordinance, what Mr. Morphus is referring to right now, is inherently regulatory, and it is one of the tools in the preservation toolbox. Is that sufficient?
That's better than sufficient. Thank you. Fantastic. Can you also briefly explain to the board how a municipality can designate a landmark under state rules? I'm talking about now with the historic preservation. And where I'm going with this is, under 160D, you can have local landmarks. And I'd like you to explain to the board how the landmark designation process works.
Individual landmark designation.
Correct, not a district, but an individual building. There's whatever building and they think it's so significant that they wish to have it designated as an individual landmark.
At the local level by
Correct.
ordinance.
Correct.
The process is basically the same.
Yep.
There is a survey that is conducted of the property, that there is a report that is produced, what we refer to as a local designation report. It's either a local landmark designation report or a local district designation report. And that report by statute is required to be submitted to the State Historic Preservation Office, which then reviews it, opines on the content and appropriateness of the designation, issuing recommendations back to the municipality and the Preservation Commission, considering the designation. And then the commission and governing body decide whether or not to designate that landmark or district by ordinance. So in the case of local landmarks and local historic districts, I'm emphasizing the term local here, the state acts as a subject matter expert, if you would, an advisory body, but the governing body and the commission can choose to follow the recommendation or not.
That was great. Again, thank you. Can a municipality establish a local historic district? And again, that's different from the National Register of Historic Places. Can they do that without the consent of all the property owners within the district?
Yes.
Can a municipality designate a landmark without the consent of the property owner?
That I don't know.
Okay. I've got the statutes in front of me. Would you like to take a look at them? And I would represent to you, this is 160D-945 designation of landmarks, 160D-946 required landmark designation, required landmark designation procedures. Would it help you if you took a look at them?
Yes, that would be
Okay,
great.
very good. And please
Can
ignore
we
my-
also get a copy of that? Is it?
I'd be happy to provide the
Okay,
board
thank
with
you.
that.
And I'll admit, I don't know the answer to that because one of my responsibilities over my 9.5-year career with the state was to review landmark and district designation reports. In my 9.5 years, I reviewed, probably close to 20 landmark designation reports. I don't know that I ever reviewed a local district designation report. There's certainly more interest in reviewing landmarks or in designating landmarks. And so I'm reviewing.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. McDonald, if I could just hold you off. Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to cut off Mr. Morpheus's cross-examination, and I guess I'm not sure if this is relevant. There hasn't been any testimony on direct about any historical landmark designation. The only testimony that Mrs. McDonald has offered was that in 1983, there was an undefined Montreat Historic District placed on the National Register study list. And so I guess perhaps Mr. Morpheus can appease my concerns. I'm just not sure how this is relevant, where it's going. It just seems like we're getting a little bit outside of where we've been.
I will withdraw that question, but in response to Mr. Whitlock's question, I'll say where we're going. And I think the testimony will show that is that there are steps that could have been taken that have not been in nearly 40 years. And to now require that of Montreat or the MRA through the SUP process is not what the law contemplates. So that's where I'm going. But let me finish my cross-examination. I withdraw the question. That means you do not have to answer it. Okay. So now I've kind of said what I'm going to ask you, but I need to ask it anyway. Since it was the Montreat Historic District was placed on a study list in the 1980s, the town of Montreat has not, to your knowledge, done an inventory for local historic district purposes, correct?
Correct.
Or it has not established a Historic Preservation Commission, correct?
Correct.
Or established design guidelines, correct?
Correct.
And if it had established design guidelines, it would have called out what is significant architecturally, historically in Montreat, correct?
The guidelines probably would have done a lot of it would have used a lot of the same language that we see in the comprehensive plan.
And your testimony was that if there were a inventory of contributing structures, 3 structures to be demolished would likely be included, correct?
Likely.
Okay, but we don't know because
that work has not been done.
And to your knowledge, there's no landmark designation in Montreat, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And again, if you don't know the answer, that's okay. But under state historic preservation regulations, can the town prohibit the demolition of a structure or under historic preservation regulations? And I'm saying regulations is actually the statutes.
No.
Okay. And are you familiar with what's sometimes called a structure of statewide significance?
Very.
Okay. And did I hear you say there is one in Black Mountain, or did I make that up? Apologize.
There is a local landmark in
Okay,
Black
thank-
Mountain.
that's
There
fine.
are many resources of documented statewide significance. Statewide significance, which is 160D 949, the old 160A 400.14, is about is specifically for communities that have local preservation programs. Statewide significance is irrelevant in Black Mountain or in Montreat because there is no local preservation program here. There's no preservation ordinance
Right.
here. So statewide significance does not apply in this case.
Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, now I want to turn to your report. you offered a conclusion that the proposed use is not in character. Basically, you said that the character of the use is not in conformity with the comprehensive plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you turn to page 18 of your report, about halfway down, you have a sentence that says, while this report does not evaluate the design of the new hotel, it is worth noting that size and scale are important factors. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so what does that mean when you say the report does not evaluate the design of the new hotel?
I'm not an architect, and as you will see, my report does not address the design of the new construction. I'm not going to offer an opinion about harmony with the character of the community, because this isn't the place really to talk about, whether or not adding a porch on the front of a building whose size and scale is significantly larger than the majority of the buildings in Montreat. So what I say is, while this report does not evaluate the design of the new hotel, which it doesn't, it is worth noting that size and scale are important factors when considering the character of the community. And the comprehensive plan, which I was looking at from a preservation standpoint, is clear about size and scale of new construction in Montreat. In the comprehensive plan, it clearly states that the size and scale of new buildings are not consistent with the historic cottages in Montreat. I can't remember exactly where that quote is, but that's why I included that statement in my report.
And so you didn't evaluate the proposed location and character of the use in relation to Friedland Hall or the Presbyterian Heritage Center, is that correct?
No.
Okay. You said that the plan contemplates larger structures being centered around Lake Susan, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know about how far the site of the proposed lodge is from Lake Susan?
No.
While you're doing your testimony, I looked on the county GIS and it said it was about 600 feet. I can't confirm that. I haven't measured it, but does that seem like a realistic number?
We would object to offering of.
Let's see here. Okay. If you could, do you have the comprehensive plan?
I do.
Okay. If you go to page 14. Reading, and it says, it's the last sentence in the first paragraph under built form, and it says, more than half of Montreat's housing stock is historic. In fact, much of Montreat's historic residential construction was completed during the town's first 20 years, with half of homes built prior to 1951. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
And do you agree with that statement?
I have not done a full survey of Montreat. What I found from my historic research is that most of the houses constructed in the valley on the lower portion of the cove, yes, absolutely, were built before 1951. I am, because my consultation experience in Montreat really didn't go up the mountain slopes, I can't say whether there are concentrations of non-historic houses around this historic core.
That's fine. Thank you. You also testified that the comprehensive plan identifies locations for potential infill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you in any position to evaluate whether the sites within that infill area are suitable for the proposed project?
I am not qualified.
Okay.
May I add to that?
Oh, please do.
I'm not qualified, which is why I said originally that I think a comprehensive application would have addressed why this site proposed in the current application is necessary over something that had, over an area or a location that was previously identified in the comprehensive plan. I think a more thorough application would have anticipated that question and answered it without being asked.
Now you talked a good bit about the goals of the comprehensive plan. Is it, let me ask the question this way. Have you also reviewed the recommendation and implementation strategies laid out in the comprehensive plan?
Yes.
Okay. So if you would turn to page 32, we're looking at character and design, section 3.3.1. And could you read that first strategy one at the bottom of 32?
Evaluate the advantages and disadvantages of a local historic district.
All right. And it's clear there is no local historic district in Montreat, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, also like to turn in, I think I'm nearly done. You'd like to add to page 18 of the comprehensive plan. And I'm looking at the first sentence, it's actually the second sentence, part of it. Page 18, what it says is, unlike the MRA, the college has the ability to expand its facilities outside of Montreat on land it has been able to acquire. I've read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so what the comp plan is saying is that the MRA can't buy land outside of Montreat. Is that what it's saying?
That's what it sounds like. Yes.
We have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, it's about break time. I've got one question. Could I ask? So I live in a 1907 house. And I also live in North Carolina, so history is important to me personally. How does the designation process begin? We understand that there's nothing been designated at this point. There's been something put on the, but how does it begin? Who requests it?
Designation on the National Register of Historic Places? Or
Either, if we
Okay.
look at 160D and the various,
Yeah.
either it's state or national. It's either you can do a district, you can do individual properties. Has any of that taken place?
let me first clarify. There is no state historic district. There is no North Carolina National Historic District. There is the National Register of Historic Places. The first step in designation is placement on the National Register, the North Carolina National Register Study List. And I clarify North Carolina because North Carolina is unique nationwide in having this formal designation that is the first step, but it is still a step toward National Register listing. It is not a state historic district because some state, and I emphasize that because some states do have state registers, Virginia, for example. And so if there was interest in Montreat in getting listed a historic district or an individual property, you would consult with whoever eventually ends up in my former position at the Western office in Asheville. And ask them to come out and consult either with an individual property owner or with a group of stakeholders, for example, the Montreat Cottagers, to identify where there might be a historic district. At that point, there is additional guidance on hiring a consultant to do the survey, to prepare the vast amount of documentation that is necessary to get something placed on the National Register of Historic Places. And so that process occurs typically between a consultant and a stakeholder, either an individual property owner or a nonprofit organization or a unit of local government. That nomination is then prepared and submitted with a whole bunch of supporting material to the State Historic Preservation Office, which then reviews it, sends it on to the National Register Advisory Committee, which then makes a recommendation of approval to the State Historic Preservation Officer, who then makes a recommendation of approval to the National Park Service in DC. Now, if there is interest in creating a local historic district that has design guidelines and regulations, that is far more involved, far more complicated, and requires action by the town of Montreat. The passage of a zoning ordinance, the establishment of a historic preservation commission, the adoption of design guidelines. And that is before you actually start the process of designation. You have to create the framework that allows the designation to occur. And so as a former state employee in my old role, I always cautioned local governments and community members, before you go down this path, make sure that you've done your outreach, make sure that you've communicated with property owners and other administrative bodies, that this is definitely what your community wants to do, because it is a lot of work. There's a heavy demand on town staff, and there are very high expectations. A preservation commission is a quasi judicial body, like a board of adjustment.
But did that occur? Has that occurred here? At looking at the history and the research that's been done and all of that, did that process ever get completed?
As far as I know, for the local designation, no. It was, as Mr. Morpheus aptly pointed out, it was recommended in the comprehensive plan. But it's also worth noting that establishment of a preservation commission is just one tool in a preservation toolbox. The plan exists regardless of whether or not you've established a preservation commission or not, whether or not you have an ordinance that allows for that. Your plan beautifully incorporates or considers the need for infill development and preservation goals of a significant portion of your the people who communicated through the planning process, through the stakeholder process, and through the surveys. So you have, by integrating preservation into your town plan, already achieved one preservation goal. You've allowed for consideration of historic resources through processes such as this.
Thank you. I think that's all. Board members have any questions?
We're happy to wait for Mrs. Hewitt. Councilor Hewitt. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I don't know if this is applicable to even discuss now, but how detailed was the scope and planning to identify all the historic homes built here that have the plaque by the door?
I don't know, because I don't know who did the plaque. That's a whole other preservation tool. A lot of people think that historic preservation is simply National Register and local district, but there are many preservation tools. I don't know what program, I don't know the sponsor or who did that. I don't know, I'm sorry.
And are you saying that even though it didn't get on with it, if you want to do this, you better get on with it? Is that what you're saying? That it's not necessarily now, but you better get on with it. That's-
If there is interest, I mean, often it is situations like this that drive interest in historic preservation and preservation activity. Certainly, it's always good to do it yesterday. But if there's interest at the local level in either full national register listing or establishment of a local historic district, I recommend that you pursue it.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have a question. So it's your recommendation that these three structures meet some timeline of good example of architectural history of Montreat. One is boarding house, one is a residence that's changed, and the third, 1947, which would be my house too. So good to know that I'm post World War II, whatever. So your argument, well, not your argument, but your statement is that these are structures that are significant. Did you look to see if there were any other structures in Montreat that were equivalent?
No, because that was not my assignment.
Okay.
But I
that's-
know from experience that there are many, I mean, there are many other buildings in Montreat
Right.
that date to the earliest period of development.
And so, again, under kind of this whole argument, we should not tear down these houses because they are great examples. If you look, have you looked at the neighboring houses, the Hayner House?
Yes.
Would that, if you looked at that and said, would that be a great example and we shouldn't touch that and we shouldn't tear that down?
What
I guess where I'm going with this is if we get into this designation, unofficial designation of a national district, we start looking at individual property owners' use of their own property. And while the reason I wanted to come up here is because I love the historic nature of Montreat, you can't replicate that. There must have been a reason why Montreat did not adopt the recommendations to move forward on this. And there's always downsides to doing that. What happens if the Hayner's house fall down? Would they be able to rebuild? It opens up a can of worms is where I'm going with that. So if we look at that, I just want to know, in your opinion, why do people not do national districts?
Well, to be clear, National Register of Historic Places is a program of the National Park Service, and it is not regulatory. It is not inherently regulatory unless the project requires
Unless the
federal,
local ordinances.
unless
do that.
the project requires federal funding, licensing, or permitting, or unless there's state funding involved.
Right.
That's the National Register. That is one kind of designation.
Mhm.
The benefit to National Register listing is that it makes properties eligible for rehabilitation tax credits.
Right.
It is not regulatory, but it establishes historic significance. And the reason that I wanted to address that and correct the record about the designation was not because I think that Montreat should create a local district, but instead to establish that these properties were likely included in that study list designation. In other words, their historic significance has not been fully established yet. So I don't think you can write it off. And yes, local landmark or local district program like that at the local level by ordinance is in the plan, but the fact that it hasn't been carried out yet, there could have been any number of reasons why. There could have been property owner opposition. It could have been simply due to lack of funding, a realization that this requires more time, more money, more staffing than the town was able to bear at the time. I can't go back and I can't read the minds of town leaders to see why it wasn't done.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to take the break, or I
Yeah,
think our questions will
happy to
be
give
fairly
one.
short, so. but Yeah, I think we're in a very short period of time, and then we might be done for today because of, if you're willing to work through, I don't want to hold anybody back.
Just plow through.
Happy to if the board would like to. Okay. The line of questioning from the chair and Ms. Kelso Hewitt and Member James couldn't have lined up more with what I wanted to ask you. And I want to go back to one of the things you said, tools in the toolbox. So that we all hear you right, districts are just one tool in the toolbox, correct? Landmark designation is just one tool in the toolbox. National Register listing, one tool in the toolbox. Other tools, for example, what is your opinion on the incorporation for an SUP standard that a project be in conformity with a comp plan that defines historic structures as part of the character of the town? What is your opinion on whether that is a tool in the toolbox for historic preservation?
That is a tool in the toolbox for historic preservation. It's something that we did when I was in Virginia. Whether or not state statute permits it here, I don't know, but that is something to consider. It's definitely an option worth pursuing.
And in this case, where they have said that the proposed use has to be in general conformity with the comp plan, and I showed you the provision of the comp plan that said character is defined in part by the historic structures. Would it be fair to say, in your opinion, based on your historic preservation background, that that is a way in which the town of Montreat has incorporated historic preservation into the regulation of development that requires special use permits?
I'm going to object. He's asking for an opinion of what the town of Montreat has done.
I'm asking whether the SUP standard is a preservation protection tool as adopted by the town, based on her experience. I think she can testify to that, as we've already heard about many tools in the toolbox to address historic preservation.
Propensity is to let it in unless it's obvious, so
Yes, I think that that is a tool in the toolbox. It's complicated because it requires a lot of interpretation, and whoever's doing the interpreting may or may not choose to interpret the the plan in that way, which is why I'm here, because I'm providing an expert opinion about the preservation components of your comprehensive plan. When there are explicitly stated goals related to historic preservation, I mean, that clears it up and makes it a lot easier to interpret.
So what I'm hearing is that there could be more express provisions that they put in. They could have done that.
And they can do that. I understand you're in the process of updating your comprehensive plan right now. That is something that you might consider, but I would recommend that you consult with counsel and see where the statute permits.
But the current language is already a tool in place,
Correct.
albeit imperfect,
Correct.
for the board to use
Yes.
as part of its assessment.
Yes.
Okay. One other question, Mr. Morphus asked you a number of questions about the districts. And I just want to be clear for the board here. Are any of the questions or the kind of line of questioning that he asked you, does that change your opinion at all on conformity, the proposed hotel's conformity with the comp plan, independent of the districts?
No. And I mean, I intentionally did not address the matter of historic districts in my report and in my evaluation. It was not part of my assignment. Again, because I differentiate between the different preservation tools. So district designation to me is something apart from compliance with the comprehensive plan or, with this application before you today. Certainly it helps to address the matter of significance, establishing that, yes, there is a study listed historic district and, the boundaries though undefined most likely include this property. But whether or not it is a historic district or isn't, or if there's design guidelines, has no bearing on my opinion about comprehensive plan conformity.
I just wanted to make sure the board understood that distinction. Based on your experience, is it common for areas that have historic structures like the town of Montreat to lose those structures sort of one at a time, death by 1,000 cuts, to sort of lose that historic structure stock?
That is often the case.
Okay. And I think even Commissioner James mentioned it. For those who purchase property in an area that is surrounded by historic structures, what impact, based on your experience in historic preservation, does the loss of structures that are historically significant have on the purpose for which folks purchase property in an area that's in close proximity of those homes that are lost?
It erodes historic integrity over time. And the characteristics that might have drawn someone to a place to begin with, may change and evolve.
So the loss of that stock one at a time, or even in larger events, just slowly loses the significance of the overall history.
It disintegrates the character of the historic district. And we're seeing that in Asheville right now with the Chestnut Hill Historic District.
Okay. And in that case, that could undermine the purpose for which someone purchased their property if they were wanting to be around certain historic structures like that, or be in an area that had a high density of historic structures, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. Those are my questions, Mr. Whitlock.
Thank you, Mr. Norm. Ms. McDonald, I think I just have one or two. Of course, I'll say that, and it'll end up being more, but hopefully not. Kind of final questions for you. And I'm really happy that your testimony today has really kind of sparked this discussion amongst the board and everybody else in attendance today. I think, as Mr. Morphus noted earlier, it is an important issue that doesn't get enough attention. I do, however, want to try to just very quickly zero or focus back in to this case and to the three structures you talk about at length in your report: the Lord House, the Truda Cottage, and the McGregor House, or the Lord Apartments, Chestnut Lodge, and the Galax House, as some folks might know them better. That as part of its proposed hotel development, the MRA is proposing to demolish. Am I correct that it is your opinion that each of these three structures has independent historic significance?
Yes.
And to Member James' question a minute ago, which I thought was a good question, while there are other, or I think you noted you that was not part of your assignment, while there are likely other buildings like these in Montreat, there is not another Lord Apartments in Montreat, the first house built in Montreat, correct?
Not so far as I know.
Okay. In addition to their independent historic significance, you also testified, it was your opinion, they have collective historic significance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the Montreat Comprehensive Plan, as Mr. Norgis touches on, prioritizes the protection of historically significant buildings like these three buildings we're discussing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And with that, Ms. McDonald, those are all my questions, and thank you.
Just very briefly. I want to touch on this question, this comment you made about the Chestnut Hill Historic District in Asheville. Forgive my ignorance. Don't know, or I'm not familiar with the Chestnut Hill District. Is that a national or local historic district designation?
It is the National Register Historic District designation. It was designated in 1983. There was interest in Asheville in making it a locally designated historic district, but a number of property owners came out in significant opposition, and so it was never locally designated. Since that time, and for those of you who don't know it by name, it's where Fuddruckers is. And it's kind of oriented around the intersection of Chestnut Street, Charlotte, and I can't remember, like Lexington Avenue, heading north-south. So yeah, there has been a lot of demolition, Fuddruckers, in the Chestnut Hill Historic District that has gradually eroded the character of the district. And whether or not there is still a historic district there today remains to be seen.
Now, when it was placed on the National Register in '83, had to go through a study, then nomination, and then selection process, correct?
Correct.
And there was a report prepared that discussed the historic value both of the individual structures in the district, presumably, and of the district as a whole, correct?
For the National Register nomination, yes, but not necessarily for the study list designation.
Right, but the point being, there's a report where someone could say, well, why is this building in the National Historic Register?
Yes.
Okay. And in Montreat, there is no report that has been prepared that identifies the historic value of specific buildings. And there is no district in Montreat. Is that correct?
There is no National Register Historic District in Montreat, but the study listed historic district does not have that kind of documentation.
Right.
I don't want to bore everybody with why, but there's a whole administrative history there too.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got about 45 minutes. Anybody, you want to just proceed on to 1:30 or?
Was it 1 or 1:30, Mr. Golden?
I've got to be in Brevard at 3 o'clock.
It's your schedule. I
So-
just didn't want to.
Oh, right. And trust me, you want to walk out at 1:30, but thank you. And my question would be to Alex, do we have this, if we've got this room tomorrow, I don't have to collect any of these books. I can leave everything here.
Okay, I've had a request for a Mother Nature break, so let's take 5 minutes, 7 minutes.
Really big on preservation. Now there's like harbor overtures that they don't care about it. They never established a district. So I got all the stuff about it. You know, it was just doesn't matter. I grew up in Hickory. I know Alexander County. Did they do it for structures in Taylorsville or? That's wild. Well, you know, Alexander County's changing, but it's still, yeah, it's wild. Yeah. What are they preserving? I mean, this sounds vapid. I don't mean like this. What are they preserving out in the county? Is it World Heritage Farming or structures and Taylor's what we're looking at? Yeah, it's an old mill town, right? Yeah. They need it. I mean, it's been poor for as long as I can remember, and I hope they get some. Sorry about that. By the way, I wasn't badgering your witness just now, John. I said I wasn't badgering your witness just now. I actually used to represent a town that was down in Cumberland County, and it was an old mill town. And they got as far in like the 80s or 90s. I think they actually did the survey. So they had a list of this contributing structures. They never established a district. And what it appeared was the case is that people were like, we don't want you messing with our property. You know, it's like it's that whole thing. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. was nice meeting you, and have a great day.
How are you, Mary Ann? Good.
Yeah. Do we know who it's going to be? You need to ask Bob. Right. So are you representing a private client or you represent the board down there as well? Is most of your language practice board or is it a little bit of both or a little this, little that? Yeah. I was gonna say, lately it's been Montreat all the time, but this is an exception. Yeah. Right. That's not the answer he was looking for. Yeah. I was gonna say, I didn't know Craig did any with the government work. I thought he. Because I thought Craig did like all billboards all the time and like, I just think it worked.
We will make a decision in this meeting for tomorrow.
This is actually a question.
Yeah, I'm gonna. all of this.
Okay, we're back in order. I'd like to just make one statement. It's my personal statement. We've been going several months on this. It's been hard on everybody. Everybody's been in there hanging in like a champ. I would like to thank you for the kindness. These things can get contentious, but I have noticed the kindness on both sides, and I appreciate that. And our job is to get to the bottom line here, and I think that's what we're trying to do. And so I don't want to rush, or I don't want to minimize any testimony that would affect either side. So if we're not letting something in, I've asked most attorneys, tell me, tell us. I just want to appreciate the kindness of what has happened here. versus controversy.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I'll thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I want to take this opportunity to explain something. Richard Dubose, who is the president of the Mountain Retreat Association, is not here today. He's been here all the other hearings. He's authorized us to say that he's at home with COVID. And he had a mild case of it. He's in the quarantine period. So you're probably glad he's not here, but his absence is no indication of a lack of faith in our position. And he fully supports us. We think he'll be here, maybe tomorrow, maybe Thursday.
One, thank you all for the time you've put into this. I know it's a struggle to just be in a room right now with everybody else, but we appreciate that and appreciate you saying what you said, Mr. Chair. We're going to end with a quick witness today that's just really going to authenticate some of the photos that are in Jones Exhibit 3. So really, it's just a lot of yes and no questions, but it'll be about 5 to 10 minutes. So at this time, we would call Priscilla Hayner up.
Okay, Ms. Hayner, I believe you have been sworn in before. Oh, okay. Promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If so, say I do.
I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hayner.
Good afternoon.
As I just mentioned to the board, I'm just going to ask you a few short questions. My understanding is you are one of the Hayners that has an ownership interest in the Hayner house next door. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as part of your participation in this case, have you assisted in the defense with taking pictures and photos that we've used or are going to use in our presentation?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And I'm showing what's been marked as Jones Exhibit 3. We have that, I think, as tab 1 in the binder. I'm going to go through a series of photos and I'll ask you some questions about that. So the first one here is in Jones 3 is on page 8. Do you know, are you familiar with this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Did you take the photograph?
I did. Yes.
And is this a view from Comp 1 Residential Sale 1 from Mr. Palmer's report?
It is correct. Yes.
And is this in looking in the direction of the conference center site away from the comp?
Yes, it's standing exactly in front of the property that
Okay.
was cited, looking towards the conference center, but that's a residential home between me and the conference center.
That's what you could see looking towards the conference center,
Correct.
standing in front of the comp.
Exactly. Yes.
And I think this was the Ridgecrest conference site, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The next one I'll show you is on slide 12. Again, is this a photo that you took?
It is.
And is that in front of Comp 1 Residential Sale 2, looking towards the Ridgecrest Conference Center?
Correct.
Okay. And I will ask this at the end to summary, but are all of these photos fair and accurate representations of what you saw that day?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Slide 16. Is this a view from Comp 1 Residential Sale 3, looking towards the Ridgecrest Conference site?
It is. Yes.
Okay. Slide 20. Is this a picture you took?
It is.
And is this the view from Comp 1 Residential Sale 4 towards the Ridgecrest Conference
It
site?
is correct.
Slide 24. Is this a photo you took?
It is. Yes.
And is this the view you took standing in front of Comp 1 Residential Sale 5 towards the Ridgecrest Conference site?
Correct. Yes. Thank you.
Before I go into the next conference site, were those, when were those photos
That was
taken?
in November.
All of the photos we've previously covered
Yes.
of 2021.
Of 2021. Yes. Mid-November.
Moving on to the Luther Ridge Conference site, slide 27. Is this a photo that you took?
Yes, it is.
Is this from Comp 2 Residential Sale 1 looking towards the Luther Ridge Conference site?
Yes.
Excuse me. Slide 29. Is this a photo that you took?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is this a view from Comp 2 Residential Sale 2 looking towards the Luther Ridge Conference site?
Yes, it is correct.
Slide 31. Is this a photo that you took?
It is.
And is this a view from Comp 2 Residential Sale 3 looking towards the Luther Ridge Conference site?
It is correct.
And if you give me just a second, that may be all of them. I believe so. We were just covering who would make sure all the photos you've been seeing were being covered by someone who could say what they were and how they took them. All of the photos I just saw or showed you, are those fair and accurate representations of what you were looking at when you took those photos?
Yes, they are.
Okay. 1 second, but that may be my last question. Those are my questions. Thanks, Ms. Hayner.
Thank you very much.
For the board's benefit, we'll be talking more about those photos later on, but we wanted to authenticate what they were, who took them, so that you all could understand we weren't just grabbing some photo and putting it out there. Yeah. I saw some question marks. Like, why did we just do this? Fair enough. I appreciate that. This is. I don't know if other folks have questions.
We have no objection as to the authenticity of the photos.
Thank you.
And again, with Jones 3, that exhibit, we haven't gotten everything in there yet. That's why it has not been admitted yet. And we're taking it piece by piece. We have Chris Collins, who is a planning expert. We have Don Reed, the appraiser. And then we have 2 more clients, Carrie T. Jones, who's happy to. I was saying we have Chris Collins, who's a planner, left to testify, Don Reed, who's an appraiser, and then we have Mr. Jones, who's my client, and Miss Kate Hayner, who's going to speak on behalf of the Hayner, at least one part of the Hayner group. I know Ann and Brendan will speak on behalf of another. This is probably a natural breaking point, considering that Mr. Collins' testimony would take more than 30 minutes with cross-examination. So my suggestion, unless the board would like me to keep plowing through, is that we break for today. And then again, we anticipate with those many witnesses left that we'll finish up roughly around midday. I know Jamie may elbow me tomorrow. That's still our intention, even taking the break right now. So how would the board like us to proceed?
I think that's fine. We do need to do a little housekeeping to talk about setting the for tomorrow, right?
Right. I think we had all talked about it at the previous meeting in December that we would try to do it on these 2 days and start early and go late tomorrow. So I don't know if the board's preference would be to start at 10 and finish at 5, start at 9 and finish at 5. Mary Ann, I think, can be here at 9 again.
No, doesn't
I'm not-
Mr. Morphus have 2 more people to bring back? Or
We
yes?
do have some rebuttal witnesses. Our rebuttal witnesses, however, are not available tomorrow. So
They are not, so
they're
it's
gonna-
early Thursday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And just as a suggestion, since they're not going to do rebuttal tomorrow because the witnesses aren't available, we could start at 9 or 10 and probably finish up still same timeline, at which point the board could break. I think the conversation was to take home your exhibit books at that point, because that'll be all the evidence that's going to be presented. Gives you an afternoon to review that, come back Thursday morning to hear the final 2 rebuttal witnesses, and then hopefully, deliberations of finishing up on Thursday so that Mr. Solaski can get on to his very important event that evening. So
Correct.
What
I think
time
that was
do
the
we,
idea.
What time do we want to start?
I would say early because we keep running on 9 o'clock.
I have a motion for the board to say okay, 9 o'clock it is.
Just a question, you may have heard more from Alex. I think what I heard is you can't lock this room. Is that right? Okay. Okay. I was just wondering if I could leave things set up, but I won't do that if we can't lock it. So, okay, thank you.
I think it would be locked overnight though, right?
I'll leave that. for someone to steal it.
Yeah.
I've got another.
Right, so we'll just need to recess, Mr. Chair, till 9 o'clock tomorrow.
We'll do that, and we're going to go until,
All the evidence is introduced.
Mr. Chair, we don't, as Mr. Norris stated, we don't anticipate, given that the MRA's rebuttal witnesses aren't available until Thursday, we don't anticipate the remainder of our case taking all day tomorrow. As Member James aptly noted, everything tends to go a little bit longer than we anticipate. But I do not think, and I think Mr. Norris, as he stated, agrees with me that we'll go all day tomorrow.
We'd be out here by 1 or 2, you think, tomorrow?
Well,
The two side of things, if we start at 9, I think the two side of things sounds reasonable.
And we do have one rebuttal witness who can go tomorrow. And we don't expect him to take that long. I still think that 2 o'clock is a realistic adjournment time.
okay, those are the goals we'll shoot for. The proper procedure is that we're going to set it for a known date and time of 9 a.m. tomorrow. And then hopefully we'll move on.
Here.
Here. Thank you for that correction. Okay, we're done. Thank you very much.
Oh.